had my LinkedIn copied.
Oh my god.
That would have been a hell of a way to start doing things, you know, OSP. Hi, everybody. Hi, Shiny. Hi, Play. We got ourselves going for a fucking One Piece.
We're doing the fucking One Piece.
One Piece.
Oh my god.
It's gonna be so much information. We're gonna be doing so much shit.
So here's what I posted in OSP. Linked to you and said, is teaching me and Turtle Love about One Piece with Doodles. Come watch us be utterly confused about good pirate boys.
The goodest of pirate boys. The stretchiest of pirate boys.
What's his fruit? The stretch fruit? The long fruit?
It's complicated now, but we won't go into it. But his fruit is called the gum fruit, which when consumed makes your gives your body the properties of rubber. So he's very stretchy. We should be doing good, Shiny. I'm very tired. I did not get good sleep today. But it's okay, because I'm going to bed so I can be up for the Pokemon Presents anyway. So it doesn't fucking matter. Okay. So, One Piece. Welcome one and all to the One Piece. We have a couple of world pieces, pieces of world information to go over first.
Is this the shit you just gotta deal with section?
No, it's not the shit that you just gotta deal with section. This is so, One Piece is a very large series, as everybody's aware of. It is also
larger than life.
Sometimes. It's also a world that is very fleshed out. And like when Oda's been working on this, he's been working on it for a long time for a very good reason. There is a lot of stuff happening that isn't just centered around our main protagonists. There's always things happening in the background. There's always more that can be looked into. Hell, we've got plenty of stuff that could be used as a prequel with not just the Pirate King himself. That's how fleshed out this world is. So that's what we're going over. That's what we're going to be doing first. We're going to be talking about the world of One Piece. Once I have a proper brush here, we'll center in on this first section and talk about that's too big of a brush.
No, you need a bigger brush.
No, I need it to look good because my own handwriting is shit as it is.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah, it's not great. See. So, the world. One Piece is a very interesting planet in the fact that it is a planet that is mostly comprised of about, you know how our world is about 75, maybe like 70 to 75% water?
I think the number's 73%, yeah.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, well, the One Piece world is pretty much 85 to 90% water.
Oh.
That's a lot of water.
It's a lot of water. And it is actually divided into 4 sections by 2 things. One is the only true full landmass across the entire fucking world, which is this big landmass that goes, I believe this is latitude to longitude, going up and down, if I'm not mistaken. Don't fucking... Oda sold his soul to write this thing for years. I think he sold his time is what he did. Dude puts in a lot of work.
I don't think he sold his time. I think he spent his time.
Agree to disagree. Anyway, going up to down is known as the red line. Which is the only true landmass that goes across the entire world that it is large enough to be considered a continent. All the others are little tiny islands or just like slightly larger islands that are dotted throughout the entire world, including inside of the second section, which is the Grand Line, which is a massive sea current that encompasses just the entire hemisphere of the world. There are multiple countries that live inside of this area, which we get into pretty quickly after we get past our, like I said, I have terrible handwriting. Our initial
All right,
arcs.
you're doing great. You're doing great, sweetie. Go, be amazing.
Go off. So in here we've got, going across, we've got the Grand Line. It's much bigger than that, of course. It's big enough to house countries that are actually fairly large sizes, but not as big as, say, you would find in the outside worlds, which are known as the blues. We got the North Blue, the East Blue, South Blue, and the West Blue. All of these seas are cut off from each other because it's very hard to get across both the Red Line and the Grand Line. Because the Red Line isn't just at water level. It's just a fucking giant wall that is in the middle of the planet. It's like, we're talking like here's water level, here's the fucking Red Line. It's fucking huge. Meanwhile, so we're just fucking mark that as RED, Red Line. Meanwhile, to get across, it's not exactly.
No, there's a Red Line, and then what's the Grand Line again?
Grand Line is a giant sea current that goes across the equator of the planet.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah. I'm gonna do a quick. Hold on, I gotta. Let me shrink this really quick. It's too big. All right. Sure, lasso tool. Whatever you want to do with me today. Gotta remember how much room I have on here. So, there we go.
Used to be perfect strangers. Maybe I fell for you. Maybe it's nothing major. Just trying to speak the truth.
So, red line is right here. And then with the Grand Line itself, it actually is two separate things. We've got the Grand Line itself, which is the innermost part, and then surrounding it are two things known as the calm belt on either side. And these are a problem because inside of the calm belts, there's no wind and there's no currents. It is just still water. And
set feet row, set feet row, set feet row.
well,
feet
it
row.
would be nice if you could row across it, but you can't because inside of the fucking calm belt are giant fucking monsters known as sea kings that will in fact devour your fucking boat if you try to cross the waters across. There's a couple of countries that are in there that usually get ignored or have found ways to get across, usually by having like a creature pull them, and even the Navy has figured out a way of moving over the sea, but your general average Joe or your general trader did not going to be able to cross the calm belt. They can only get into the Grand Line the same way as anybody else.
I have a sea king for you. Give me a moment.
Yeah, you got a little crown. There you go.
I love that thing. It's adorable.
Give him a little crown. I mean, if you want to
Nom, nom,
actually
nom, nom.
see what sea kings look like, I can get you a fucking real image.
There, I sent you. It's Sunday.
Let's see how. Where'd you send
Are
it
they
at?
like snaky in nature?
Some of them are. Most of them are.
Okay.
They're
There,
Fascinating.
DM'd it to you.
not that kind of sea king, but I appreciate it. No, we're not talking the Pokemon.
Oh my god.
Hold on. this one's really great because it's also a nice little size reference. So get ready for this shit. Nightbot! It's morning for the Nightbot, just like it is for me. These are Sea Kings.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
They vary in design because Oda is fucking crazy, and
The
that's I don't think there is a turtle in there.
No, I just suddenly saw a turtle on your screen. That's it.
Oh. And as you can see, for reference, that's an average. That's a boat.
That's very small.
It's very small.
Are those things mean? I'm assuming yes.
They can be. Some of the more ancient.
Or are they more just passive?
They're kind of passive. It really depends. Some are very animalistic. Others have been around for such a long time that they're actually a bit more. They have more thoughts going on in them brains than your average creature does. Generally, though, not something you want to fuck with. Yeah. So, comm belt usually out unless you have a way of crossing safely, which not everybody does. So that's just the general gist of the world. Again, even here inside of the Grand Line, there are like islands. Some go into the comm belt a little bit, some are actually in the comm belt. And this actually brings us into the next bit about the world, which is the government. Now, you would expect that any kind of world this large would probably be kind of like our own. It'd have multiple different governments across the entirety of the world, a lot of different cultures looking into different things, correct?
That would be the assumption.
Be a safe bet. A safe bet.
The only reason I might not default to that is you've said how little land there is in the first place.
Well, yeah, but I mean, it's as big as Oda needs it to be, if that makes sense. Well, that was supposed to encompass everything, but I guess this is on the outside, but that's fine. It's whatever, I can redraw that. Yeah, no, there is a centralized world government that is in control of everything on... What layer is this on? Oh, okay. So I wasn't around. Well, why is it not going away? What? Hello? Photoshop, you okay?
It's acting up.
Oh. I thought I deselected. I mean, it's Photoshop. It's always acting up. Okay. The Gov. The world government is a organization that formed in universe about 800 years ago when 20 kingdoms banded together to fight one singular kingdom, and then set about just taking stake in the world. As of the current timeline, there's a total of 170 nations that are a part of the world government, and I believe it's every couple of years or so, their leaders all get together, have this big meeting to talk about the problems of the world, which is known as the leveling.
It's a federalized system as if the UN was in charge of everything.
Kind of. If the UN was truly evil.
Oh, God.
And not just often incompetent.
Just not often incompetent. These guys are one of the main problems in the series for our protagonists, because they're pirates. So, of course, the government is going to be one of their problems. They also have a public face. So this is the world government right here. We're just going to call them the WG. And they have a public face, which is the Marines or the Navy. It kind of varies. Who act as just, just as the peacekeepers, the police, your general. You look to these guys to save you if some shit's going down inside of your country and all of that. They're looked at as the good guys, of course. As with any organization, there's your bad apples inside, but generally, the Navy is good in everybody's eyes. Now, throughout the rest of the with the world itself, there are many races. You have your humans. You got your little guys. Your little average Joes. And then you got actual giants. We've got fishmen who are like literally they're just humans with fish like traits, which we'll definitely go into more once we get to a certain section of the series. You've got mink, which are furries. Because of course. But the mink are specifically mammalian human creatures. We haven't run across anything the equivalent of scalies yet, to my knowledge. So, not worried about them. Yeah, you know what? You gotta say it. I'm sorry, my doodles are gonna be pretty bad. There were a race of angel-like people who used to live on the Red Line, but they have mostly been wiped out. If I can get, I don't remember what they're called. Hold on. I think it's Lunarians. They're a recent revelation, so I can't. You're gonna have to forgive. Yeah, Lunarian. I was right. Which are a race of people who actually have working wings and can control fire. They just do that. They just do
casually?
That. Just casually. They have the ability to control fire. It is a thing they can do. But yeah, so just remember when we're going over this, there's a much bigger amount of the world, amount of people within the world that exist that aren't just your average everyday human.
Is that like the majority of people?
They're a fair majority of people. The human race is definitely, on average, the one we run across the most.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's the basic gist of just what the world is to expect. Just like a very quick rundown on the people that we have, the locations that we got, the government bodies that we've got going. Is there any questions so far?
No.
Okay.
Not on my end.
Okay. Still with us?
Sorry, zoned out for a minute.
Oh. That's great. I'm a good teacher, I guess.
I had everything up to angels using fire.
Angels
Well, they're
using
not-
fire.
They're not literal angels. They're just winged people who can control
They're just
fire.
Right.
wings.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, that's about as far as I got. So.
Okay, so I didn't miss anything.
No. No, you didn't miss anything yet. This is going to be the fun part for you. Devil fruits.
Yay! The part where I'm angry that everything is the same word twice.
Why is the words the same? Why are the words the same words twice?
Just the naming convention Oda went with.
Alright.
Oda spent all his creativity on more impactful things.
Like some of the powers themselves.
Yeah.
So there are specifically
Like-
3 types of devil fruits.
He was
Go
like,
ahead.
you know what? I'm not going to make its name hard to remember. I'm going to make its name easy to remember for me, so I keep it consistent throughout the book. And you know what? Fair play to him.
We've got Paramecia, Zoan,
Paramecium on the amoeba, the germ.
none of that. and Logia. These are your three main types of devil fruits, and there are certain subcategories that can go into this kind of section, mostly in the Zoans. The Zoans...
Citrus, berry, and melon. Got it.
Kind of. It really depends. So the most basic to start with is Zone is always dealing with a particular type of animal. Basically allowing for a person to become either a little hybrid of whatever creature they ate. They can stay full human or be full animal. This is really terrible, and I apologize. And it's very general. Almost every single type of creature is in here, including fish fruits, which is hilarious because devil fruits themselves take away the user's ability to swim.
Wait, they take away the user's ability to swim?
Yes.
Why?
Because, and this is the current running theory, they're so unnatural that Mother Nature, which in this world is considered, hold on, gotta think at the same time. That Mother Nature, which is considered to be the ocean, because this world is mostly covered in water, does not like the devil fruits because they're considered unnatural. They're not, this isn't something that was made by nature. So as a means of, and again, this is just a running theory on the reason why this hasn't been proven inside of the series yet. Because of that, she tries to drown any users that fall into the water.
Huh.
And take away their powers. So as a devil fruit user, if you fall into the water, you lose your ability to move, all of your energy is drained away, and you can no longer activate your devil fruit powers. And you sink like a fucking rock.
So so the world is majority water.
Mm-hmm.
Like even compared to Earth.
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah, and if you by chance happen to eat this fruit, that by all intents and purposes makes you even more unaverage than the unaverage thing. Then the world is just like, fuck you?
The water is like, fuck you. But yes.
The water is like, fuck you.
Now,
okay.
it does have to be a body of water. Rain, showers, don't matter. Those are fine. It is only when you're in a body of water that it starts to affect you.
And we're talking something in the bathtub, right? Like, that's fine.
No.
Oh.
It goes to the level of it goes to essentially how much you were submerged. Up to your ankles, you can still move, but your powers generally may not work depending on how deep the water is. If you're up into your waist, you're gonna start going numb and probably lose the ability to stay standing. Fully submerged, not moving whatsoever. You're done.
Oh,
yeah.
So these pirates reek.
Well, see, the funny thing is that water really doesn't become it isn't really much of a problem. As bad of a drawback as that is on this kind of world, being knocked into the water with the kind of powers that you can end up getting, it takes effort. I mean, just to go off of Luffy's standards, which we've already established, he can stretch his body almost as much as he wants. If he's falling towards the water, he can literally throw his hand out to try to catch something to pull him away.
Mm-hmm.
Now, does that mean that they never fall into the water throughout the entire series? No, absolutely not. Sometimes it's used for comedic effect, sometimes it's used for drama. It's just kind of, it's not really a threat, but it's a threat.
It's like a passive threat.
Yes.
Okay.
But back onto Zoans, it allows for a person to either have their normal base form, a hybrid form, or a full animal form. These can have three different categories, which is the basic animal, then you have mythical, and ancient. And I'm about to misspell ancient. I'm just gonna fucking put dino. So encompassing that is, and when I say mythical, I mean mythical. There's the phoenix fruit. There's a couple of god fruits kicking around out there. Basically, if it's from mythology, it's probably got a devil fruit. And dinosaur fruits exist. We've got a couple of major characters, an entire fucking crew that's got some dinosaurs in it, but we're not going to be going over them because that's in Wano. So sorry. Mostly
For those
to you, Taylor.
For
What does
those
count?
unaware,
But do later.
for those unaware, the aim is for a big description of this to take us up to literally the episode before Wano starts in the anime. Because only the first 15 or 16 episodes of Wano have been dubbed into English, so I'm willing to watch that much if he's convinced me by the end of everything.
Little shitty Phoenix right there. And yes. I will say one thing that's very fun about the way that Oda decided to do things with the dinosaurs is he went the prove me wrong approach about how they used to fight.
Okay.
How does he have them fight?
By any ridiculous means he feels like he can get away with.
I respect that.
To put an example, there is a pterosaur fruit, or a pterodactyl fruit, where the user is able to grab the fucking head crest he has, pull his fucking head back, and fire off his beak like a fucking harpoon.
What the fuck?
Uh-huh. So he went the prove me wrong situation when it came to how dinosaurs hunted. And it's great.
He really went, you can't do shit about what
It's
I'm
like,
doing
you
right
can't
now.
tell me
You can't
I'm-
tell me it wasn't right.
You don't know if I'm right or wrong. They're fucking dead from millions of years ago. How the fuck you know? He's got a...
That's what I
Paleontologist
fucking
and the
thought.
paleontologist went science, and he went, "This is a cartoon. Leave me alone."
I'm gonna do what I want. I'm not hurting anything because I'm not saying it's actually true.
If someone ends up thinking this is true, that's their fault.
It's really on them. But yeah, so the Zoans are honestly the simplest type in many cases, at least in my opinion, because their concept is simple. Is it an animal? It's probably a devil fruit. I did not mean to hit Control F. I want to Control D. I think I hit something else entirely. But yes, so that is your zone. It's also the second most common type of devil fruit. Not these
Okay,
two
so the-
particular, but the
I have
animal
a
one
question.
is.
Okay, I have a question.
Yes.
So, the devil fruit, it's not something where it's like they grow naturally, or is it like there's in specific places, or you just sort of stumble across it?
It's the last option. You essentially, devil fruits are, while there's a shit ton of devil fruit users, finding a devil fruit is a lot harder. There are most people in this world that have spent their entire lives looking for a devil fruit and have never found one.
And then you've got Luffy's band who run across him every other week.
Well, they run across users. They don't run across the actual fruits themselves.
Okay.
There is a difference. In terms of the amount of devil fruits that they've encountered in the series, like just physical devil fruits, is one.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Yeah. Luffy is only...
wow.
Luffy has technically only ever seen two physical devil fruits in front of him, and he ate one of them.
Okay.
Yeah. And if you get your hands on a devil fruit, while yes, the power to get the power is great, you could literally sell off a devil fruit for millions of just the in-series money of berries, which is basically yen. It's just treated as yen. Like, I believe your average devil fruit can sell up to about 50 million berries at a base price.
That's a lot of money.
It is. And consuming devil fruit, you don't know what you're getting until you eat it.
Oh, so it doesn't have like a sticker on it saying
No.
this is the such and such fruit.
No, you take a bite, and it used to be, and this was actually a mistranslation, it used to be thought that after you take a bite of the fruit and like swallow it, then you find out what the name is. It tells you the name in your brain. That was a misconception. It's not right. You just got to kind of figure out what it is after your powers manifest. And you only need one bite of the devil fruit, which is good because they taste like absolute shit.
Okay.
This is not a fruit you want to eat the entire thing of.
It's very much a, haha, you decided to eat me? Bitch. Fuck you.
This shit is going to be nasty as all hell.
You have to eat the entirety of the fruit
No,
to get
you only need one bite.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. Now, there are some people who have eaten the entire devil fruit, either because they ate the whole thing in one bite, or it was for comedic effect, because that's just how it is sometimes. One particular devil fruit that we run across in the series is now this is just because I believe it's just a general thing in Japan, but it was named the ox fruit, model giraffe, even though I don't think that giraffes and oxen are actually related in any means.
They're both ungulates, but nothing beyond that.
Yeah. And hang
on.
Yeah.
Let me check one thing.
You know you found a devil fruit if you've run across a very weird looking fruit. Like you'll know a devil fruit when you see it. I can grab an actual image of a devil fruit here and just check in.
Oh, and for those who aren't familiar, ungulate is just hoofed.
Yeah.
It just means hoofed creature. I know I graduated from you, don't call me on the weekend.
Oh, is the university?
Carney Mellon's trying to get a hold of me.
So this is a good encompassing of just devil fruit image in general. They're very distinct. You'll know a devil fruit just by the fact that it's got some kind of weird stem and swirls all over itself. It's very distinct. If you pick up a fruit that looks any way similar to these, it's more than likely a devil fruit.
Okay, so one of those you have no way of knowing what the fruit actually does.
Unless it's been cataloged, because there is actually a devil fruit
So
encyclopedia.
they do. Okay, so they like the fruits of certain kinds do have like if they look the same, like if you see two of those fire-looking ones.
No, okay.
They're not.
Are they the same? That's another thing.
So I did check something. They are slightly more closer related than just being ungulates. They're both Artiodactyla, which are even-toed ungulates.
Okay.
They bear. Okay, they have five toes, but they bear weight evenly on two of them, which is what makes them. So they're closer related than some ungulates are, but they're not
ox. Is basically.
Yeah.
A giraffe is not an ox.
Yeah.
That was what I was getting at.
Yeah. As shocking as that may be to some people.
But no, devil fruit. There's only one type of devil fruit that it can exist of its kind at any given time. So, in the terms of Luffy's fruit, there's one Gum fruit. There's never gonna be another one until he dies.
Oh.
So what happens if? because you said you only need one bite of it, right?
Right.
2 people just take a bite of it at the same time?
Whoever bit first is the one who gets the powers.
Oh.
Yep.
Okay.
And so in the terms of how devil fruits reappear, because they've been around for hundreds of years, which is why there is a catalog of them, because there are people who've had the powers and remember what their particular devil fruit looks like, and there's people who just pulled that information together. When a devil fruit user dies, also, I'm about to sneeze.
Bless you.
Thank you. When a particular devil fruit user dies, their fruit will reincarnate into the closest fruit of their kind that just happens to be nearby. So in terms of this one, it's bananas. It's a bananas. So if the guys who ate this fruit passed away and there happen to be bananas nearby, that fruit will morph into a devil fruit.
Oh.
Okay.
And take its place. Yeah.
Oh, that's weird.
Yes. Another particular thing about devil fruits is you cannot eat 2. If you eat more than 1 devil fruit, it will rip your body apart and kill you. So, there hasn't been an explanation as to why yet. I mean, you're already eating something that is giving you immense power and taking away your ability to swim. Eating 2 things like that, not generally a good idea.
Just bad for your health.
Just a bad idea. Unfortunately, there is somebody who does kind of circumvent that, but we don't know how, but we'll get into him later. Anyway, Zoans. Any other questions about Zoan types or just the general devil fruits before I go into the next typing?
I think I get the basics of devil fruits as a whole, and Zoans are very easy to understand.
Yeah, Zoans are simple.
So.
Turn into animal. Done. We are going to go on to the next easiest one to explain, because paramecia, while the most common, is fucking crazy. And that's going to sound insane after what I'm about to explain, because logias allow the user to become a element or a substance. And so, like, that's allowing someone to become fire, ice, just as the simple concepts. We got sand, and one that's I know is gonna blow your fucking brains. Swamp.
I got a question about the sand one.
Okay.
Does that include glass?
No.
Okay.
If the sand user were to come into fire hot enough to melt him, that would be a bad thing.
Got it. Cool. Understood.
Yeah. Generally, it's hard to move a body part that's been turned entirely into that. But there probably is.
Okay, I have a question about Swamp.
Yes.
Once you finish talking.
Well, I was just going to say, there's probably a glass fruit out there somewhere.
Okay.
Now, whether it's a Logia or a Paramecia, I couldn't tell you. But we'll see. Anyway, go ahead.
Okay, so swamp, does that mean, like, water?
Kind of. It's...
Does that not put their own life at risk, too?
No. It's only when you fall into water. Again, remember, it's got to be standing water. If your body is comprised of something that's liquid, it does not count as you being put into water and drowning or anything like that.
Okay.
Yeah, it's your physical body being submerged.
Okay.
Yeah. And honestly, in this case, swamp is more mud.
Okay.
Yeah.
More muddy than anything
Yeah,
else.
more muddy than anything else. Now, the biggest advantage, and also this is the rarest type, these are your fucking super ultra rare types outside of mythical. Mythical Zoan devil fruits are considered the most rare devil fruit on the planet, but Logia is the rarest of the 3 main types. These are
It's the rarest category, but mythical is the rarest subcategory.
Yes.
Got it.
The biggest advantage of a Logia type is the element and substance part. It means literally you become intangible. Your body is whatever substance it encompasses. So if you eat the flare fruit, which is the flame fruit, your body literally becomes fire. And you can just yes, you're able to control, create, and become whatever the substance is that your devil fruit has. So with a person who eats the flare fruit, their body is literally flame. They can convert it into flame at any single time, and hitting anyone with a Logia devil fruit, unless you have a particular ability or their natural weakness, is impossible. It will just pass right through them, and they won't even notice you got hit. Let's see if I can get a gift of the thing that I am thinking about. Or at least an image of the thing that I am thinking about. That would be nice too.
I misread substance as sandstone for a second, which isn't wrong, but is also not what you wrote.
My handwriting is terrible. We went over this. Unfortunately, I don't think I can put this on the front page for everybody, but I can put this into the Discord. So I'm gonna put it into the chat Discord for us. So this is it really saved it copied as a WebP, you fucking bitch. Alright, it's a PNG, so it'll have to do. Anyway, that is what would happen if you were to hit someone with a devil fruit. Or with a Logia devil fruit. I'm gonna try to do a quick little drawing of it. So we got the dude.
Oh.
Yeah. We got the dude's head. There's the fucking neck. If they've got the flare fruit, because I'm just gonna continue using that. Angry, mad that you hit him in the face.
How dare?
How dare you?
Yeah. How dare?
So they're hard to hit. And in to your average Joe pirate who's only reliant on just their own physical ability, they're practically invincible. And if you come up against them, you better just run. Well, you're better off just doing that. There are ways to hit them outside of just their elements, which is the use of hockey, which we'll go into later.
And I'm assuming you don't mean the sport.
Yeah, I was gonna say
hockey is it's Japanese. That is hockey.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
So every time you've said hockey, I've been imagining a goalie with a stick.
It sounds the same, but they're two different things. We'll go into that here in a little bit. I'll do as good of an explanation as I can. I'm not too worried about explaining it right now because up until almost the end of the first half of the series, it doesn't exist. It's not a thing that Oda had thought of yet and was still working on in the background. So it's not really important for the beginning portion of what the story explanation will be. So I'm not worried about it. It becomes very important after that, but we'll get there when we get there. But yeah, so Logias can be an element or a substance, as long as it is something that can essentially break apart and reform, it can happen. You've got your ice, we've got magma, we've got fire, sand, swamp, couple of non-canon ones that don't matter. It's not as abundant as our last one, which can also have substances as a part of its thing and elements, which is the paramecia fruits. This encompasses everything that's not being able to be categorized as a Logia or a Zoan. So it's just everything else.
So paramecia is just miscellaneous. Got it.
Yes. I'm just gonna put that there. That fucking how you spell miscellaneous. I don't got a good goddamn clue.
MISC period.
Thank you. It's the miscellaneous category. In here, you've got people whose bodies are affected, like Luffy's, which allows him to be rubber. You've got generator types, which in this case will go with the wax fruit, which is a pretty common one, which just lets the user just secrete wax from their own body. A lot of people have mistakenly thought that it was a Logia type, but really it's just a generator. It just creates the substance, and that's it. You can create and control it. So body change, generation, and other, because it really just encompasses everything. There is one subclass of paramecia, which is known as a special paramecia. We've only ever run across one of them, which we will get to when we get to that particular portion of the story. Also, my music stopped because it was just fucking doing its own thing.
Because why not?
I mean, you know. Essentially, the way that one is used is that it's able to mimic a Logia, but you have to put a hell of a lot more thought into it. It allows the user to become a substance as well as create and control it, but unlike with a Logia, you gotta think about it. At least that's what we've seen with special paramecia so far, because we've only seen one. And it's hard to say what Oda will do with that when it comes to different types of special paramecias, whether they're going to be continual Logia mimickers, or if it is going to continue to blossom out into a bunch of other random shit. We have to wait and see. He just hasn't really played with it too much. Now, with that concept in mind, there is one step further that all devil birds can do, which is known as awakening.
Okay.
Yep.
Question mark?
I'm thinking about the D&D Pathfinder version of Awakening, and I don't like where this is going.
I want you to explain that so I can tell you whether it's anything like that or not.
So, Awakening, D&D and Pathfinder, is a means by which it's usually used to give sentience to give sapience of some description to a non-sapient species.
No.
Okay. Because this is like, I want to play this raptor as a character in my game. It doesn't have rules. Let me use the Awaken spell on it and then just run it with its abilities and a higher int score.
Yeah, no. In this case, Awakening is just an evolution of the power of the Devil Fruit. We've only seen it for Paramecias and Zoans. We have no idea what happens when Logia awakens yet. There are a bunch of people who theorize that it can let you not only generate whatever power you have, become it, but also affect the world around you with the power. And there's one island in particular that we'll get to that is sort of an example of what people think an awakening of a Logia will be, but it's not proven. But for Paramecia, it does depend on the type of power. Generally, what we have seen with Paramecia type Devil Fruits, I'm just gonna type para or write para, is it affects the world. The world around you is affected by your power, whereas you could just generate the actual ability from your person. Now, if you can see it, then it's able to be changed into that substance. For example, do you remember the pink guy, the pink jacket guy that you saw in the game, Turtle? Big,
no.
like flamboyant dude. He was fighting his brother.
Yes.
Yeah. So his ability is the string fruit, which allows him to create string from his body. The way his ability works when it's awakened, because he's actually Don Flamingo was our first confirmed awakened Devil Fruit user. Is it allows him to change the world around him into string as well. So buildings, ground, trees, as long as it's not a living creature, he could turn it into string as well.
Huh.
Wow.
Yeah. That's the general for Paramecia. Again, Paramecia is such a huge category that there are going to be types that are absolutely completely different when it comes to how that affects the world. The special Paramecia user that we find also has this same effect, where he's able to turn the world around him into the substance that his power has. But we'll go into him when we get there. My pen! No!
Okay.
Go ahead, I gotta get my pen.
So Paramecium Awakened allows the user to make the world out of the stuff that they control?
Depending on the type of user, yes.
Okay.
The generation, if they have a generation style Devil Fruit, then yes, they seem to be able to affect the world around them.
Did you already explain generation style things?
Yeah, when I explained the wax fruit.
Okay.
Yeah. So like the wax fruit user, if he were to awaken his powers, it wouldn't just generate wax from himself. He would make the ground underneath your feet wax.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah. As an example of a non-generation, we'll go with an other. The sad part is I can't go into it without it being spoilers for the section we're not covering.
Okay.
But just to say, the guy is able to pass his power onto someone else in a way that he normally wouldn't be able to do.
Oh, for one.
Kinda, but he's still in control of the ability.
That's probably like the closest.
It would be kind of the closest, and sadly, that's not. And we'll get there. Don't worry about it. Zoans.
We'll get there eventually.
Get there eventually. Zoans are interesting because there's actually two types of awakening that can happen with them. One of the first one we run across is it basically takes over your brain, because Zoans, being animalistic creatures in general, Zoan type Devil Fruit users are actually like the Zoan type Devil Fruits themselves have a will of their own, or it's believed that they do. Basically, when you eat a Zoan type Devil Fruit, you are not only just getting the power of the animal, its instincts are going into you as well.
Okay.
So it makes carnivorous Devil Fruit users very, very volatile in many cases, because they're acting on the instinct of wanting to hunt, in a sense. Yeah. So when an awakened Devil Fruit user happens, when it comes to in this case, we eventually run into a cow Devil Fruit user, and his fruit has been awakened to where he's basically a big old minotaur dude, super fucking buff, but he ain't got no brain in there.
Oh.
Yeah.
He's got no noggin?
He
Like
got-
no brain?
I mean, he can't.
He just head empty.
He head empty. He acts on instinct. He gets up. He fucking is told to do something. He does.
He's like,
Essentially.
I bet.
Yeah, like, you know, okay.
You got
And-
high evolutionary.
Yeah. And this is what
That joke will make sense. That joke will make sense to more viewers of this in about 3 months when Guardians of the Galaxy hits theaters.
There you go. Essentially, this is what we feel is like a failed awakening because of recent events, where they gave completely into the instincts of the animal that is inside them now because of the devil fruit, and just they fully act on instinct. Now, the benefit of a awakened zone devil fruit user is they have insane recovery, where to the point where one was knocked down so many times you would think that it would eventually not be able to get back up. It recovers within a couple of minutes. That's how often, like how easy it is for them to just stand back up and start fighting again.
So they're just really resilient.
Yes.
Damn.
Beefy.
Beefy.
The newest thing,
Good pun, given your example of a Minotaur.
yeah, that was the joke. Thank you for explaining it.
I didn't get it.
So, a new thing that we have going on, and this is kind of going into spoiler territory a little bit, but you know, I don't care. Is we've learned that Zoan Devil Fruit users, if they do it right, they not only gain the abilities of their fucking traits. I'm trying to work out a little thing here. I don't know how well it's gonna go. Animal legs. How do they work? He's got little paws. He's kind of shy. He's got a little, aw. I don't know. Don't judge me. I can't draw. So kind of like, because it's a Japanese series, of course, there's gonna be like little essences. You know how Japanese deities got like the little fucking little thing around them in the back,
Sure.
like a kind of like a cloud ring that kind of goes over their shoulders, kind of like a scarf.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, we've seen them get that in a good couple of awakened devil fruit users of the Zoan category, and it's an increased buff to their speed, recovery, power, all that. But the benefit is they keep their brain. Still smart.
So no head empty.
Fuck it. Smart. So yeah, no head empty. They're not slaves to their instincts. That's just the general consensus of what happens with an awakened user now. At least ones that don't fuck up their awakening. So either you become like a minotaur version of yourself, or you gain control and gain greater power. One of the two, as far as we've seen. And again, Logias, no clue. We have no idea what happens when they awaken their abilities yet, because we haven't seen it. That's pretty much the gist of Devil Fruits. So, any questions that we have about this before we go into actual series proper shit?
So, not really.
Turtle?
I'm good.
Alright.
I'm good. I'm keeping up as much as I can.
It's okay.
Don't test me on this.
No, absolutely not. This is just the information that's needed. It's as things go on,
Like the base knowledge for the world.
Yeah. And honestly, we won't even really run into Awakening Devil Fruits until way later in the series anyway. I just figured I would cover it now because we were talking about Devil Fruits.
Probably a good idea.
Yeah. So, with that said, we can get into the series proper. Oh, I didn't realize I put that in there, but that's fine. And we can start into our first saga, which is the East Blue Saga. This is the majority of our crew that we encounter for the Straw Hats are from the East Blue. And this encompasses about, I believe it is about 5 arcs. Yeah, 5 total arcs.
Water 1, Water 3, and Water 5?
No.
It was a joke.
I know. I wanted you to suffer for it, though.
I suffer from my art.
The first arc is the Romance Dawn arc.
I suffer from Big's art.
My lack of
Say
art.
not your
I've
art.
mostly been writing notes for you guys is what I've been doing. But yeah, we
It's something.
we start in the Romance Dawn arc. This is the first arc of the series. Now, the way it's handled in the anime and in the manga is a little bit different because it's always how it goes, especially with like your older anime, considering this anime has been going on since, 1990.
It's been going on for that long already?
Oh yeah, it's been around for 25 plus years now.
Damn.
Did you say 1990?
I did.
33 years.
Like 1998. I meant the 1990s.
Okay.
In the 90s.
Okay,
is
that's
what he
different.
meant.
It's been around since the 90s.
That's different.
Yeah.
Different. There's a very big difference between 90 and 98.
Yeah. So the way the manga starts is we start immediately with baby Luffy. He's like 7, 8 years old, tiny little baby boy. He's the littlest of guys.
The littlest of dudes.
He's the littlest of dudes. He doesn't even have a straw hat yet. That's how fucking like little he is.
He's but a child.
I don't know how Luffy looks off the top of my head. I'm very sorry. But
It's fine.
you got here. He's got his little scar mark. He's a tiny baby boy. In the anime, we start looking at a boat out in the middle of the ocean. But we're gonna go off.
And then he screams, "My name is Monkey D. Luffy," and we have the add-on Toonami.
Nope. He's sleeping in a barrel.
He's sleeping in a barrel?
He's sleeping in a barrel. And we're gonna get to the reason.
As a little child?
No. As like a 17-year-old kid.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. During the main beginning of the series, outside of the when he is young, Luffy is 17 years old.
Okay.
Eventually, he does become 19 after the time skip, but for the vast majority of the series, he was 17.
Okay.
So we're gonna focus on how the manga starts because it makes the most sense. Which starts us off in his hometown on a little nice island within the East Blue called the Goa Kingdom. He's over here on a little tiny little part, which is Fuchsia Village. It's a little tiny port town. Not much going on. The biggest thing that happens is there's a pirate crew that likes to dock there a good amount of times, known as the Red-Haired Pirates, who are led by Shanks.
By someone named Shanks?
His name is Shanks. And
Does he shank?
he is a swordsman, so technically yes.
All right.
Him shanks. He's a big old happy guy. And he likes his booze. He likes to drink a lot. And he likes his right arm. I mean, he likes his left arm super a lot. It's a great arm. So
I don't like how you put emphasis on that. Why are you putting emphasis on his arm?
I don't know. Maybe we'll find out.
I feel like maybe his arm might not be safe.
But yeah, so
It's a sneaking suspicion.
So his main epithet is red hair because, as I kind of went over with King a little bit,
Wait, who likes his arm? Shanks or Luffy?
Shanks likes his arm.
Oh, okay. Missed that part. Thought you were saying Luffy likes his arm.
No, well,
It's like-
Luffy likes Shanks' arm too.
Okay.
I don't say that. Don't say it like that. Don't say things. Don't say ominous looking things.
Don't phrase things that way.
Well,
Don't do that.
Shanks is known as red hair by the government, so because the government is very simple and they take one physical trait of yourself in many cases, and that's what becomes your nickname. So he's Red Hair Shanks, leader of the Red Hair Pirates. Yes.
So the world government operates on Lord of the Flies. You're piggy because you're fat.
Yeah. Or you're
Got
a
it.
pig devil fruit user. There could be two reasons.
That could also be
Literally could be two
a
reasons for that.
hypothetical option.
Uh-huh. So we come in, the Red Hair Pirates are having a time in the local pub, and Luffy's there listening to them tell stories about their adventures on the Grand Line, all the shit that they've been through over the course of their time together, and he's having a good time. A little bit into that, we got a bandit boy who comes in, and I actually do have screenshots for all of this because I took a bunch of screenshots and then I stopped taking screenshots because that's how you do it, right?
Yeah, obviously.
Yeah. Oh god, it's huge. So that's Shanks. We got Shanks.
Oh, I recognize that face.
Yeah. In fact, if you're an avid fan of Fairy Tail, there's apparently a guy who looks very similar to him.
He does, yeah.
Yes. But he came first, so he counts.
Hold
So
on.
he counts. He is valid.
But yeah,
I DM'd Clea. to try
Clea
and
already
bring
knows.
attention.
I already told her about this
Clea
a
already
while
knows.
ago.
I was gonna see if she could say who the Fairy Tail character was.
Garum or something? I don't know.
Yeah, it's like Galar or something like that. Or Galar?
But yeah, we got a bandit dude who comes in with his little crew. They're just a bunch of mountain bandits. He's spouting about how he's like he's a wanted man. You know, I've got a 5 million berry bounty on my head, and I'm wanted by the government, and that makes me really cool and shit. And he gets all pissy because Shanks's crew had drank all the booze in here. He's angry. I mean,
He angry.
he angry. He an angry man. Angry. How dare. No, that gives
The
him a little-
disrespect.
This is like the shittiest thing, but he doesn't matter.
But he doesn't matter.
He doesn't matter. So, because they drank all the booze, there's only about one bottle of unopened booze left. Shanks tries to offer it to him as a means of showing that he ain't here for your shit. He breaks it in over top of Shanks, covering in booze. And you would think that this would
Wasting the booze.
wasting the booze. You would think that this would start
An
a fight.
absolute waste.
And this is exactly what the guy wanted. He was trying to start a fight with Shanks, but Shanks doesn't care. He laughs it off. He doesn't give a shit. Dude leaves thinking
Very nonchalant.
very nonchalant. It's like it's not worth it to get pissed over Booze. And that's what he explains to Luffy, because Luffy gets pissed off on his behalf. He's very
As
angry
one does.
because he's a little baby. He doesn't understand that
He's
it's
a little lad.
who cares that he wasted fucking Booze? It doesn't matter. It's just fucking Booze. And during his little
Probably not even good booze. It's probably not even good booze.
Nah, don't say
Should
that.
be worth
Makino's
getting
got good
angry
booze. Anyway, so after that, Luffy, in a fit of anger, sees the devil fruit sitting in a chest. Hits the devil
Just
fruit.
casually.
It's just casually in a chest because the red hair pirates are idiots.
I need you to pause for a minute so I can get up and like move around for.
What?
two-
We've only been going for an hour.
I just need to stretch and I need to go get booze.
Oh, so you say Booze enough, you need it.
Yes.
Okay.
It's like when you say Beetlejuice.
Yeah. Just like
Booze. We said booze like 7 times. I need to go get some. And yes, I have a bottle of rum right here, but it's not particularly great. And I feel like to theme this, I don't need Dragonberry. I need to go get the Captain Morgan that I have.
Because obviously,
obviously.
you have to be thematic. Are you new here? Please. Do you want to see something I'm working on while we're doing all this?
Yes.
Alright, I'm gonna share my screen real quick.
He's already back.
Sorry, I forgot. I don't have Captain Morgan. I have Admiral Nelson. So.
How
we'll
dare
have
you,
to-
you Navy swine!
What do you think I'm working on?
I'm watching the stream. What you got? This is the Discord.
Is there a specific toast I should give to the?
Why is it coming in double?
Look!
There's nothing there. It's the
No?
Discord.
Shit, wait, did I share the wrong thing?
You might have.
Ah!
Oh, very nice.
Look at it!
I'm waiting for it to load.
Got a little animated turtle. Very cute.
so good. How you do this?
I found well, when Clea was talking about it and she was like, "Oh, you can do like overlays on Twitch." I was like, "Bitch, are you serious?" So I went on Canva. Yeah, not Canvas. I went on Canva and I found a sort of preset one and I deleted everything and then I added some stuff that I like. So like seaweed, kelp, these 3 little turtles, this one turtle here. I want to put something right here, but I don't know yet.
I need to
And then
sit down with.
this is the last thing I need, and then I'm gonna use this as my overlay because it's so cute.
You got a
I'm
place
gonna ask
for
for your help
yourselves
to-
and stuff if you're gonna go?
I'm gonna ask your help to make a new one for me too.
Okay, I don't know. I don't know how to do this part, like the actual this. I just found one that had this, and then started switching stuff out and like changing the colors for things because I don't know where like to get these specific bits.
Okay. Is there some specific toast I should say to the Straw Hats for this? Is there anything they say in the show?
No.
Just nah.
Just drink.
Just anything.
Alright.
Zoro's an
Anyway.
avid, Zoro's an
Sláinte.
avid drinker. Think about him as you drink.
Oh, that went down nice.
Yeah. Anyway, so back to the thing. After Luffy gets pissy, he gets hungry because so he sees the devil fruit in the box that the red hair pirates just left out on the counter open because sure.
Because plot.
Because plot. And he eats it. So, and of course, you know, he doesn't know what it is. He barely registers that it tastes bad.
Did I miss the fairy tale thing?
Oh, Jesus, hi, Clay. Kinda?
Okay.
Clay,
I have a
who's the
question.
guy that Shanks looks like?
Gildarts Clive.
Thank you. That's what we needed you for. I appreciate it.
What
Is
do
all.
we need Gildarts? Why do we need Gildarts? Tell me!
Because I
No,
can
it
tell you
was
about
just,
Shanks.
Someone who looked the same. That's it.
Okay.
Yeah, remember the guy who looks like Gildarts Shanks? Jesus Christ, what was that?
Something
Sorry.
fell.
Sorry, I'm in the dining hall and I saw Fairy Tale and I just ran to a corner.
Oh my
I mean, I
god.
thought you were in the
just
chat.
opened and closed the door. But yeah, whoever in chat who is Fairy Tale, yes, your friend. I will find you once I
Nobody's-
finish eating. Hi, turtle. I'm eating.
Nobody said fairy tale in chat.
I'm so confused. Anyway.
Why did you call me over?
Because Big said Shanks looked like someone in Fairy Tale, and I needed to know who.
Okay.
That was it.
Because it would bother me for the entire night if I didn't get an answer on that.
You.
Gremlin noise, gremlin noise, gremlin noise.
Mostly gremlin noises.
That's the only reason I called here for.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right, back to dinner.
Alright, bye. Enjoy your food.
Bye. Hey, lay low on the sugar. You're already okay.
Too late. Anyways, continue.
Thought I would add that detail. It's his favorite arm. Anyway,
It's his favorite arm.
so Luffy gains the abilities of the Gum Gum fruit, which, you know, Shanks was very like, no, what? Why did you eat that, dumbass? And you got a fun little fucking scene of him. He's got the straw. The straw hat is his. He's like, there's a reason he's got the straw hat. Figured I would say that because I drew him with the straw hat. But he's got
Okay.
Luffy up here, and then his legs are down here. Luffy's face is mashed against the ground down here because now he's stretchy.
He's a stretchy
He's a
lad.
stretchy boy because Shanks is trying to shake it out of him, and it's like, you gotta spit it up, and then his body stretches, and it's like, too late. It's already in him.
It's already there. It's too late for It's too late.
I mean, he can still apologize, but it's just too late to get it back.
Yeah.
Ain't no spitting it up now. So that's
Wait,
the
is
epic.
that something that you could do?
If you
Like
don't
if you bite it,
you have
and
to
you're able to,
swallow
like-
the fruit in order to gain the power. If you do not swallow
Oh.
the piece that you bit off, then you don't get the ability.
okay.
Yeah. So he swallowed it. It's in him. It's processed through him already. He's the new user of the Gum Gum Devil Fruit. That's his power now. So they shake it off. Nobody's worried about it anymore. Next day, Luffy, because he's such a brave little boy, just the bravest of little babies, he decides to try to fight the bandits on behalf of the Red Hair Pirates, and proceeds to get his ass kicked.
Aw. Little dude.
He just gets his whole ass kicked.
Yeah. That tracks.
And of course, the Red Hair Pirates come. They show up, and the bandits still think that there's some tough shit. Think that they're gonna be able to just take him out and threaten the Red Hair Pirates. One of them gets shot in the face.
Like with a gun?
Yeah, one of Shanks's crew pulls out a fucking gun, puts it against the guy's head, and blasts his brains out.
Huh.
Now we don't get to see the brains get blasting out because this was, this isn't that
1998.
Yeah, well, this is also just not that kind of show. But yeah, so there's a big kerfuffle. There's a fight.
Things happen.
There's fighting, and then, oh no! When the dust clears, the bandit leader's disappeared, and Luffy's gone too. Luffy's been kidnapped by the bandit leader, and this genius, this brave man with the top knot, he decides, haha, I know what's smart. If I go out to sea with the Kittle, nobody will realize that that's where I went because I'm a bandit.
Because obviously, who would ever look for me out in the ocean?
That is literally his fucking mentality. Who would look for a bandit out at the sea? And
I mean, who would?
so he, in the essence of that, He takes his revenge on Luffy for attacking him by kicking him out into the water.
Oh, so just straight up murder.
And it's even worse because now Luffy can't swim, so he's just drowning.
Amazing.
Unfortunately for our bandit boy, which we're gonna give him a little top knot, like little fucking thing here, just because why not? The ocean around Goa Kingdom is not uninhabited by creatures of the kindest of sorts. In fact, there is a local monster that lives in the ocean that has been dubbed the Lord of the Coast.
The Lord of the Coast.
That's what it's called. It's called the Lord of the Coast.
Okay.
Big old angry fishy monster.
Oh god, he angry.
He's very mad. He consumed bandit.
Oh, he consumed the bandit?
He consumed bandit.
He eat bandit boy. So
He
bandit.
go nom.
He go tasty. He say tasty. So bandit's dead. And
It's like a reward.
yeah, it's like a reward. His next deal is to try to go after Luffy. Oh no, Luffy can't swim, can't try to get away. Not that I'm sure he could get away even if he was able to swim. But it's okay, because Shanks shows up. I'm sure everything will be fine. Oh no. His favorite arm.
Oh no.
His favorite arm is gone.
No!
His favorite arm.
His favorite arm!
His dominant arm is gone.
His
He's actually left-handed. He's no longer.
Wait, he's actually left-handed?
He was left-handed.
He was left-handed.
He
He is
was
now right-handed by virtue of not having another option.
He does not have this. He doesn't have a choice anymore. So Shanks sacrifices his arm in order to save Luffy, and scares the fuck out of the Lord of the Coast off with what is, in retrospect, actually the first sign of hockey that we have seen in the series, by giving him this fucking look. He just fucking looks at this motherfucker.
Oh, that's a scary look.
Yeah, he looks at this motherfucker and the fish fucks off.
That's a very intimidating look.
It's a very intense look. So the day is saved. Luffy's safe. Shanks is sans one arm, and everybody's okay. Sort of.
Sort of.
If you're all right with losing a whole ass arm. So we cut to a couple of days later. Shanks is recovered. He's, lacking an arm, but that's not going to stop him from being a pirate. So he and his crew are ready to set sail
He's a real
for the
pirate.
Yeah. Doesn't have a peg leg, but you know what? He's still missing something.
That's Tootie. Tootie.
But Luffy comes up to him and basically says, "Hey, I don't want to go with you anymore," because that was a thing. He wanted to try to go with Shanks, but Shanks wouldn't let him go because he was a kid. He's like, "I don't want to join your crew anymore. I'm gonna set out and I'm gonna make my own crew, and it's gonna be better than your crew, and we're gonna find the greatest treasure in the world." And Shanks smiles at him and he gives him the hat.
Aww.
He gets hat, and he tells him, "Hey, you know what? I think if you can do that, I want you to take care of my hat and give it back to me someday when you're a great pirate." So hat get.
Oh, hat get.
Hat get!
Aww. That's cute.
And
That feels like a sentimental moment.
yes, this is the bond between mentor and mentee. Him passing on a torch and saying, "Hey, I think you can do it. Here's this. Give it back to me when we meet again."
When you do the thing.
Yeah. So that's how Luffy gets his hat. That we cut to I believe it's about 10 years later. And we got an older Luffy. We got our canon Luffy now. He's a bigger boy. Let me merge some layers here. So I can do a quick little whoop. So we got our big boy Luffy. He's looking like himself now. Still got a circular head, but he's got his hat. He's got his vest. And he's got his shorts. And that's all he needs to be the Pirate King.
That's all he could possibly need.
He got a big old smile on his face. Look, it's Monkey D. Luffy. Perfect rendition. He's getting on a dinky little boat. Most of the town is seeing him off. The mayor's standing off to the side, pissy that he's about to go off to be a pirate, and he's setting sail. But oh no! Guess who shows up?
In the Navy!
No, the Lord of the Coast. Big old fish boy comes back, angry fucking thing, ready to go. No, you don't get to set sail. I want to eat you. That's what he says. Luffy punches him in the face and he's gone. He sets sail. So that's chapter 1 of the Romance Dawn, which based that all of that is encompassed pretty much in one chapter, maybe two, and that's just the setting of Luffy's motivation to become the Pirate King, because it's what he needs to do to be able to create the best crew. He's off to set up and get his crew after 10 years of training. So into the future, we cut to a whirlpool, which Luffy has sailed himself into, but it's okay because he gets into a barrel and he takes a nap. He's fine.
And that's it?
Yeah, that's it. He gets picked up later. This is again a little bit of a deviation. I kind of prefer the anime version of this. We got a cruise ship that comes by, and it's like a little leisure trip. And they see the barrel. A couple of the shipmen see the barrel out there. They throw out a line. They get the barrel. Before they get the chance to open it, oh no, pirates! We got Lady Alvida, who is she's just the biggest of people and not a happy person. Go ahead.
I just realized I was watching the stream on Twitch and not Discord for the past bit.
Are you serious?
What did you just see? Is it me? Is it my amazing rendition of the Lord of the Coast?
No, it's big thing across. Yeah, no, it's the Lord of the Coast thing. Yeah.
Oh my god.
Why were you watching the mainstream?
What? How did you not realize?
Honestly,
Oh
this is hard.
You know, I'm looking at the booze next to me, and I'm just deciding to say nothing.
Yeah, you know what? That makes sense. This is a lot harder for me to do the doodles and the explanation because my brain can't do both at once, unfortunately. So, dude, that's kind of why Doodles have been so like fucking off kilter. But yeah. So anyway, oh no, pirates show up. It's Lady Alvida of the well, I think she's just the Alvida Pirates. It really doesn't matter because, well, her crew never shows up again after this.
Never shows up again?
Nah, her crew's only around for one. But Alvida herself, this lovely lady, she's huge.
She's a big.
She's biggin'. She's just fucking huge. Just fucking. This is Alvida. She's a Snorlax.
She does look like a Snorlax.
In a cowboy hat.
Damn.
And she's known as Iron Club Alvida. So she's got herself a club. It's got little spikies on it. And her and her crew are there to ransack this lovely little cruise ship that is just trying to have a good time. They wanted to sail by a whirlpool. No worries, it's a big ship. It's a tiny whirlpool. They'll be fine. But now when pirates show up, and on said ship, we run across this tiny little lad. He's just the littlest of boys. Where is an earlier image, please? No, I need when he was baby. There's our baby boy.
When he was baby.
There's baby boy. Hello, welcome back, Clee. We've got... That's not what I wanted.
I had the stupid idea coming in here just to say, Uncle, it's spelled fairy tale like a tail, not fairy tale like a fairy tale.
Okay. Well, we're in the middle of an explanation at the moment, Clee.
Oh, God.
He's told you not to do this. We have our good little boy here. This Kobe. He's the good little lad. He's a scared little boy. This motherfucker got onto a fucking boat he thought was a fishing ship. Turns out it was Alvida's little dinghy for going back to her crew, and he was officially abducted and forced to be a chore boy. And he's been that way for about 2 years. So
Poor cheese.
Poor boy. Poor tiny little Kobe. But it's okay, Luffy's here now. He's popped out of the barrel. He's punched a couple of people and pissed off a couple of people. And...
It's obviously.
Well, yeah, and he's told Kobe his dream to be the Pirate King, and it just throws Kobe off. Can't believe that somebody would say that in this day and age with so many pirates that are out there, because we skipped a step.
Because we skipped a step?
We skipped a step. Okay.
We're 3 chapters in!
Shut up!
And we skipped a step!
Shut up!
I thought you'd memorized One Piece by now with how much you gush over it. Hello?
Oh, I have it memorized, but it's always been like the opening sequence kind of thing.
Wait. Did you say you've got it memorized?
I've got it memorized.
Are you sure about that?
He's got the greatest anime hair of them all.
If I gave
Axel!
you...
Anyway.
If I gave you a random screenshot from a random video.
Clay,
Please,
over.
just
I will kick you out.
Meow.
You're... Oh, hey, it's a bot. Thank you very much.
Okay,
Thank you,
then
Robbie. Also, hi, Robbie. Anyway, yeah, 20 years ago. 20 years ago today. Or not today.
Great username, Robbie.
Yeah, Robbie's great. But yeah, 20 years ago, a man named Gold D. Roger is on a execution block. This is the man known as the King of the Pirates. He's obtained everything the world has to offer. And the world wants to know where his treasure is. Instead of just telling them how to get there, he says, I left everything I own in one place. Now you just gotta find it. And it kicks off the pirate era. For 20 years now, crews have been setting sail, going out to the Grand Line, trying to find the treasure of One Piece. That's the step I skipped. It's important, but we had a backstory to go into. I'm sorry. But yeah, so for 20 years now, a ton of crews have been out searching all over the Grand Line, trying to find the One Piece. Nobody's found it because nobody knows how to get there. Except
Just real quick.
Yeah.
Just since we're at this point in the stream, Turtle, check your DMs and just read that off.
No.
Ah? Oh, Blood. What am I reading? Let me see.
Again, wrong pirate series, but you know what? I'll let it pass.
I'm not.
It's in the chat. For the stream.
Oh, is it? Okay.
And I also sent it to her in direct message.
Oh,
in case she
well,
wasn't looking at the stream.
that she's not finding it there apparently.
No, I saw it. I see it. I just forget how to speak.
Okay.
Sorry.
Well, while you figure that out, I'm gonna draw something.
Have you done that on your stream for Captain Matt yet, or no? I can't remember.
Technically?
Okay.
I'm pretty sure I have early on. Am I speaking it or singing it? Because I know it's a thing.
I don't fucking know.
Either. Take your pick.
I don't want to do the thing right now.
Okay.
My voice is not in a position to want to be singing.
Anyway, yeah. The Alvida eventually finds Luffy, and Luffy punches her in the gut and sends her flying. She's out somewhere out in the sea. She's not a problem anymore. We don't gotta worry about her. Alvida's...
And then she just disappears? Never again?
Never again. We'll never see her again. Anyway.
Like, actually?
No. We'll see her again.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Anyway.
Valid question.
So, with that, Alvida's crew is pretty much disbanded. We'll never see her crew again. They're done.
But her, yes.
Yeah. Alvida, you know what? We might run across her again in the future. Who knows? But, so, Luffy and Kobe set sail. Luffy continuing to try to find people to join his crew. Kobe's dream is to actually join the Marines. He wants to be a Navyman. He wants to be a sailor. So they're kind of like, they're set sail for now. They know there might be enemies in the future, but they're friends. It's fine. Kobe tells Luffy about a particular guy who it piques the interest of our boy here, he's just got the greenest hair of them all. We learn about Zoro, who is currently being held captive.
Zoro?
Zoro! His name is Zoro.
Is he the one with the swords?
Yes.
Haha!
He's got
Remembered something.
He's got 3 earrings in his hair, in his ear. Yes, go ahead.
Like the film that was showing the night Batman's parents died. Zorro.
Depending on your version of the story, yes. But
Fascinating.
not entirely. His name's just Zoro. He uses swords. He doesn't use the same fighting style as that particular Zoro. But yes, that did cause a problem in many cases, to where to this day, fucking even the Viz Comics dub or translation still called him Zolo because copyright problems, or at least perceived copyright problems. So in the manga, he's still called Zolo. Everyone knows to call him Zoro. It's fine. Don't worry about it.
Don't stress about it. It's cool.
There really isn't any kind of copyright problems anyway, because apparently it's like, I mean, honestly, the concept of Zoro should be like public domain by now. It's pretty fucking old. But yeah, he tells Luffy about Zoro, who's this crazy pirate hunter dude who apparently is like one of the best swordsmen in the East Blue, and he wants to. And Luffy's like, I want that guy. He decides he wants Zoro to be a part of his crew, so they set off.
The court ruled that since the copyrights of the Curse of Capistrano and the Mark of Zorro lapsed in 1995 or before, the character Zorro has been in the public domain.
Yeah, so the name's perfectly fine to use. Viz is just a bunch of cowards. Funimation dub uses Zorro. So.
Wow, a good thing to be said about a fun. Oh wait, no, Funimation's fine. I don't know why my brain thought 4Kids when you said Funimation.
4Kids use Zolo too.
Okay.
Yeah. So Luffy and his new little buddy Kobe, they set off to Shellstown, which is actually a marine base, or it's a town with a marine base in it. So we got a little tiny island. It's got little buildings and then a little island. This is just really well drawn, guys, I swear. And then in the middle, we got the Marines. We're just gonna tame it Marine B. It's the Marine base. Oh no! Turns out that Zoro pissed off the baby boy of the captain in charge by basically just killing his feral dog, which in this case...
So he started a fight because of a doge?
Well, the boy brought his feral dog into a fucking restaurant that started to proceed to pretty much attack people. So Zoro, being how, you should be, loving these drawings, thank you. They're all amazing and incredible, and I'm a true artist.
A true talented artist.
A true.
You should sell these.
I could give Oda a run for his money. He's just the biggest. It's just an angry dog.
Imagine from now on, this is the art style.
If this was the art style, there would be no One Piece.
Fun fact: when you said Doge was actually the name for the the Doge was actually the name of the leadership in Venice.
Huh.
Oh.
Yeah.
Neat.
Okay.
Okay, give me a second. I'll be right back. I need
Okay.
to switch to mobile.
Another city built on water.
There's a really shitty dog.
That's a terrible dog.
It's a terrible dog, and it's fine.
And I'm looking at Steam at Twitch again because I keep checking it for the chat and then forgetting to swap back over to Discord.
It's not made clear whether he kills or he beats it up. He hits it.
Shiny saying, "We are only at Shellstown."
We're only at We spent so much time explaining everything else. This is layer 1. So I went into the basic information I could for the world. We got the government stuff, and then most of the rest of the stuff was covered by Devil Fruit.
There was a lot of time on Devil Fruit.
There's a lot of time. You gotta spend time on Devil Fruits. It's one of the main power systems.
I have returned.
Welcome back. But
Does Zoro have a Devil Fruit?
No, Zoro is not a Devil Fruit user.
He's
Okay.
just a dude with a lot of knives.
He's a swordsman.
Swords.
He's a swordsman. So basically, he saves some people in the town because it turns out the town is being terrorized by the Marines. He's best boy. He's a good boy. The town is being terrorized by the local Marine captain, who basically runs the place as his own personal kingdom. Where is my mouse? There it is. And yeah, the son, which the son, he looks incredible. His name is Helmeppo. And no, I'm not exaggerating the butt chin.
What's his name?
Helmeppo.
Helmeppo.
Yes. He is the son of Marine Captain Morgan, who is in charge of the Marine base on Shellstown. And as a means of making it so that he won't get his daddy to kill all of the people who were inside of the little restaurant that Zoro was in when he beat up his dog, he convinces Zoro to spend an entire month in the Marines' crucifixion yard. So for the last... Yep.
Crucifixion yard?
Crucifixion Yard. He is currently when Luffy and Kobe show up. He is currently tied to a tiny little cross in the middle of a desert, or like in the middle of like a yard, and he's been there for 3 months with no food. I'm not 3 months, 3 weeks.
How is he alive?
Because this is fucking One Piece.
Because plot.
Well, it's also been 3 weeks, so it's not as bad.
You said 3 months.
I know, I corrected myself very quickly, and you just didn't hear it.
Oh, okay.
It's been.
Can confirm he did that.
Yeah, he's been there for about 3 weeks.
I'm gonna just choose to believe that y'all aren't teaming up the guy.
No, I'm not.
Okay.
My normal thing is to gaslight. I am not gaslighting this situation. But yeah, he's been out in the Crucifixion Yard for about 3 weeks now, no food, and he's on his like last couple of days before he will be released. Turns out that's not what Helmeppo wants to do. He and his dad are planning on killing Zoro because they're just doing it for the sake of it. They're evil. But that's okay, because Luffy, having decided that Zoro is going to join his crew, went over and told him, hey, if I get your swords back, or if I get your sword back because he's a swordsman, doesn't know he has 3 swords yet, then you gotta join my crew. And Zoro's like, do I have a fucking choice? Fine. And so Luffy runs off to get the swords. He jumps and at that time period, Kobe goes in trying to free Zoro from the Crucifixion Yard because he's sad that the Marines are being as corrupt as they are, because he's still got this wide-eyed vision of the Navy where they're all the good guys and nobody's evil. He doesn't understand their shades of gray yet, you know.
He has a very two-dimensional
yes,
understanding of the Navy.
A very two-dimensional understanding of the Navy.
Oh, I see.
Here is.
Poor dude.
Yeah, it's okay though. He's a good boy.
He's a good boy. He has a good heart.
Here's our boy. Actually crucified. As you can see, it's 1-to-1, perfect rendering of Zoro being attached to the Crucifixion Yard.
These are 2 pictures, and they look exactly the same.
They're exactly the same.
Kerber needs you to find the difference between these 2 pictures.
Looked like Zoro's crazy green anime hair. It was like, I'm gonna get me some of that. Yes. So anyway, Morgan takes a bunch of Marines down to try to execute Zoro and also Kobe in the meantime, because he's angry that there's a bunch of people who are going up against his choices. Eventually, Helmeppo pulls a gun on Kobe because Zoro does get free thanks to Luffy showing up with 3 swords. What's that? Zoro uses what, 3 swords? What's this crazy shit? There's 1 in each hand and 1 in his mouth. That's how he fights.
I still don't understand the fucking mouth one.
It's okay, you don't need to, it's anime.
You're right.
But we get, not only do we get the image of Helmeppo, which you're about to see the fucking perfect rendering I did of Helmeppo right here. Right. I copied the image. What happened? Oh no, I copied the link.
What happened?
What happened? There is. It's a perfect rendering of the 2 of them. Can't even tell them apart. He's got the fucking butt chin. It's great. But
Absolutely.
if there's one amazing thing that the 4Kids dub gave us, because they do what they do. Hold on. I need this image. It's important. Yeah. What? No, you copy the right thing. There we go. That's the 4Kids version.
Oh, I see. What is that?
I don't fucking know. Whatever they could do to not make it a gun, I guess.
So they chose a hammer, a weird sword.
It's a hammer attached to like a spring action thing that I guess in theory would have pulled back and then smacked him on the head. I don't know.
Because again, in 4Kids world, it doesn't matter if you killing the kid is okay. You just can't shoot him.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, bashing his skull in. That's one thing.
You just can't
shooting them. That's completely out of.
You just can't say the word dead, and it's fine. Anyway, that had to be shown. It's the more important one, so we'll go ahead and drag that right on there. Merge them layers. Yeah, so eventually Luffy gets free. He and Zoro team up. They beat up Captain Morgan. Morgan gets taken into custody because he's been a fucking tyrant, and somebody else takes over the Marine base. Luffy, of course, tells everybody that he's going to be a pirate, but he beats up Kobe to make it look like they're not friends, so that way he can join the Navy and not have to worry about anything. They part ways. Everybody's happy. Zoro and Luffy set off with each other into the world, and that ends that ends the Romance Dawn arc. All of that.
How many chapters in are we now?
How many chapters was that? Is a good question. That was chapter 1 through 7.
Oh, what the fuck? That was only not even double-digit chapters. That was just chapters 1 through 7.
1 through 7 encompassed about 3 episodes of the anime.
And about 2 hours of streaming.
Yeah, well, I mean...
Well, I mean, we
like
did the whole, like, base information.
Like an hour of streaming, honestly, considering, how much information we put up at the front of this.
Yeah.
So, yeah. We got Romance Dawn. That's the accompanying the whole of that situation.
My bad.
Just gonna go ahead and shrink that all down. We're gonna put that in here. There we go. Everything's fine. Nothing's wrong. Doesn't matter. Anyway, Orange Town.
Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious.
This set of chapters is a little bit longer. This encompasses 8 to 21, and about 4-ish, 5-ish episodes in the anime. Oh, the sweet and innocent. Here, we actually have our first meeting with Nami. So we're gonna do a little quick little thing. I'm gonna put Orange Town.
Who's Nami again?
1 second.
I shall wait.
Nami is a future crew member. She has orange hair and is your typical Oda female character design, which he showed off how exactly he does that, which is drawing 3 circles and an X. And that's most of his female character design.
Well, alrighty then.
Yeah, so that's Nami. You just put orange hair on her. Nami.
Bada bing, bada boom.
Bada bing,
There's
bada
a
boom.
person.
But it doesn't start out with just meeting her immediately. She's currently in Orange Town, but Luffy and Zoro are currently out at sea. They're just kind of drifting. No idea what they're doing because neither of them can navigate to save their fucking lives. And they spot a bird. There's a bird off in the distance. We're gonna move this amazing image of Nami off somewhere else, or get rid of it entirely, honestly. So it's gone. No. Shit! What am I doing? Fucking delete. Thank you. Anyway, they're on a boat out in the ocean. They see a bird. Turns out it's a much bigger bird than they thought. Luffy ends up getting grabbed by this bird and in his big old beak and flown off towards Shellstown. I need to take off my glove because it is fucking warm in here. What the hell?
At first you lost the glove, now you're purposefully removing it?
I didn't lose the glove before. I just dropped it.
You dropped it.
I'm just taking
You
it off
lost
for a
it.
minute because
It hit the ground.
It did. It hit the ground. And Luffy is flown over to Orangetown thanks to this bird with Zoro doing his best to keep up by rowing as fast as he fucking can. So, just fucking...
So wait, the bird just yoinked Luffy?
It's a big old bird. Like, the bird is like this size.
Hey King, is that a cousin of yours?
And Luffy's in
Not that I'm aware of.
Luffy's in his big old mouth. And they're just flying off towards Orangetown.
You know, I know that I say such and such about X and Y cousins, but not all birds are related to me. Jeez.
God, how can you just be so birdist like that?
God, prejudging like everyone else.
I'm not gonna say what I was gonna say. I'm not gonna say it. Continue.
Say what you mean to say. Anyway. Okay, so basic synopsis of just how they end up there. Eventually, the bird gets spotted while they're over Orangetown, and something shoots it down. It just gets fucking blasted. And Luffy falls to the ground. He's fine. He's made out of rubber. Impacts don't really work on him. You gotta slice Luffy to really hurt him. And so he bounces and finds Nami, who's currently being chased by a couple of people. So she's running away. You got her boobs, so you know it's Nami.
Mustn't forget those.
She's running away. And and Luffy falls on
You
her.
mustn't forget.
No, they're very important in the series. And
You know how much character is held in those boobs?
all
Please.
of it, the entirety of the One Piece is in there.
Exactly.
Anyway, so Luffy falls from the bird, lands in the area, takes out the guys who were chasing after Nami, and we learn that the town has currently been taken over by one of the future most important characters in the series. He's just the most important of boys, Buggy the Clown. He's got himself
A clown?
He's Buggy the Clown.
I can tell he's super important.
He's one of Oda's most favorite characters, and the internet's. He's got himself a big old red nose. He's an angry lad. But also kind of a happy lad at the same time. He wears himself a nice little traditional captain hat. And it's always got a little bit of his hair sticking out the top of it.
He's nothing if not a traditionalist.
Yes, he's very important on all of his details. He's always wearing clown makeup, but if you mention his nose, he'll kill you with his. But he'll get mad at you for his talking about his nose in a way that he doesn't like.
The nose is very important to him.
It's his natural nose.
Is it his natural nose?
It's his natural nose. His nose is in fact a red dot, a big old red nose. But he's also a fucking.
He's like Rudolph.
He's also our second devil fruit user, because he can segment off his body parts with the paramecia fruit of the
Oh,
chop
I
chop
think I
fruit.
remember you mentioning him.
I brought this guy up before. when I was talking about how like weird devil fruits can be.
Mm-hmm.
You got-
Terrifying. Terrifying.
So he's a chop man. He cannot be sliced by, or he can't be killed by slicing, because he breaks himself apart. It's fine. Eventually, Zoro does.
He's like, this is fine.
Yeah. So Nami tricks Luffy into helping her get in with the buggy pirates, and they have a party where Luffy's like, he's in a cage, and they eventually want Nami to prove herself as a member of the crew by killing him.
Does she start as like sort of a bad character?
No, she's not an antagonist, but she's also not like friends with the crew for reasons of her own, which we will get into later. At this point, it's going a lot. It's a lot more to explain, so this might be more than just 2 streams.
Yeah, maybe.
But
It's
I
fine.
work in the morning, so
I want to be up for the Pokemon Direct, so we're not going any later than maybe like 11.
Max.
But yeah, so for reasons of her own, she hates pirates. She is a thief by trade and only steals from pirates. For Buggy, she's after something that's very important, which is a map of the Grand Line. Because she wants to go to the Grand Line in order to steal from bigger name pirates, get more shit. Because the East Blue, of all of the blues, of the North, the South, the West, the East Blue is actually the most peaceful sea. There's not many pirates that come from here. It's generally a pretty chill place. You don't see that much going on. So, as much as she likes to steal from pirates, unfortunately, the pickings are slim. So she needs to go to the Grand Line in order to get bigger takes, essentially.
Bigger fish to fry.
Bigger fish to fry. But yeah, so Luffy, he gets tricked into being brought before the captain as the person who tried to steal the map, and they try to get Nami to kill him by using a cannon, and as one of his patented buggy balls, which is a really just fucking powerful cannonball that when you fire it off, it can actually just like destroy half of a town.
Damn.
Yeah, they're pretty strong.
Pretty strong, yeah.
But it's okay because Zoro shows up, and he's there to save Luffy. He's there to save his new captain. Even though it's just, him and Luffy right now. Luffy's...
It counts.
Yeah. Luffy's set
It counts.
on Nami being the navigator, so he doesn't even care that he's been tricked into, being put into a cage and almost dead. Zoro and Buggy have a little bit of a tiff. They have a little bit of a fight. Zoro thinks he wins because he cuts him into 3 pieces. Oh wait, doesn't work. Buggy stabs him in the side.
Oh god.
Yeah, so Zoro's not doing hot. But they were able to flip the cannon around, and Nami lights it and blows up the little base that they have, and they escape. The 3 of them. They run off. Everybody runs away again. We got Zoro. He's got his 3 swords. But he's also got a big old cage on his back because he's carrying. They don't got the key. They don't got the key. Luffy's just kind of in here. He's having a time. He having him a sit. They come across a very important character. They come across a doggo.
A little doggo.
They come across a little doggo, just a little boy. He's sitting out in front. I don't know what I'm drawing. There's no images of Shoo Shoo here. How dare you?
How dare?
There's
How dare I say?
He's a good little boy. I'm not even gonna try. He doesn't deserve my terrible art style. He's a good little lad. He's sitting out in
He
front.
deserves better.
Well, he does get better.
He does get better.
He's sitting out in front of a pet store, and he's just seemingly been guarding this pet store forever. The entire town has been abandoned because, you know, the buggy pirates showed up and they took over the town, and he's been defending this little pet food shop. Mayor comes along and tells us, "Hey, who are you guys? What are you doing? What was all that noise?" And we learn Shoo Shoo's backstory. He was the pet of the owner of the pet store, who unfortunately passed away because he was sick. So now Shoo Shoo defends the store because it's his treasure. This is his thing. It's his last little connection to his family and to the things that he loved. So he defends it. But because he can't have nice things for very long in the series most of the time, Moji, big old lion guy with weird hair, comes across. He's got himself a fucking lion. It's just a dude. He's got his hair styled to look like little bear ears. He sits on top of a lion. They attack Luffy and the others and destroy the pet store before running off. Shoo Shoo tried to defend it, but unfortunately, you know, he was a little tiny thing compared to a giant lion. Didn't go well. So Luffy gets pissed. Like him and the dog didn't have a great start. They bit. He got bit and also ate the key. He ate the key to his cage because Nami did steal the key. But because Shoo Shoo is a little shit sometimes, he just ate the key. But the fight with the lion breaks Luffy out of the cage. He comes back. He fights Moji. He gets back a little thing because they got a little piece of little bit of pet food from the store, and it's the only thing that's left behind. Nami gets pissed at Luffy because, you know, he's already told her that he's a pirate and she hates pirates, and pirates take everything that people love, and gets pissy, only to calm down when he comes back with the pet food, showing that he fought off the lion and got back what was left of Shoo Shoo's treasure. So they calm down. Temporary alliance is made. She's not promising to be part of the crew, but she'll act as navigator for now. They go off. They beat up Buggy, and Buggy is actually sent flying with nothing more because they grab his little parts. He's got nothing more than his head, his him feet, and him hands.
I have a question about Buggy.
Go ahead.
So since he can't get like, he can just split himself up into as many pieces, like as small as possible.
Yeah.
So how does one handle that? Like in a fight?
It's kind of just implied that as you have the power, and also he's had it for a long time, which we're gonna go into here in a minute. It's just implied that he's learned how to manage it. It's kind of.
Oh, all right, cool.
It's kind of like how you know how to move your hand, like without thinking about it. You know, or like just breathing.
Yeah.
It's never fully explained, is what I'm saying. He handles it pretty easily.
It's something natural that you just sort of do.
Yeah.
All right, cool.
But there's a little secret about Buggy. There's a little thing about Buggy. He knows Shanks. Him and Shanks, they were on the same crew together back in the day. And he hates Shanks.
Are they Oh, Buggy hates Shanks.
Buggy hates Shanks because Shanks is the reason that Buggy lost out on what could have been an incredible treasure at the bottom of the ocean. Because
damn.
the crew that they were on, they had a fight one day with another crew, and that crew happened to have a devil fruit on their boat. And Buggy was able to sneak it away by pretending to eat a fruit that kind of looked like the fruit that he ate, but he didn't do anything, so it was fine. Turns out he was gonna fucking skip out on the ship to sell the devil fruit, get a crew, go find this treasure that he got on a map that seems to be out in the middle of the ocean. But when he was trying to hide it, because Shanks popped up out of nowhere, he fucking put the devil fruit in his mouth and swallowed it. Oh no, no swimming. So Buggy blames Shanks for taking that treasure away from him, so he hates Shanks.
So he hates Shanks because Shanks is the reason that he accidentally ate the fruit.
He blames.
And since he ate the fruit,
yeah.
He blames Shanks for not being able to swim.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Sound logic.
Yeah. I mean, he didn't have to try to hide the fruit in his mouth, but you know, when you just shove a whole fruit in your mouth, I guess the only thing you can do is swallow it.
There is no other solution, and that was the only way to hide that fruit, obviously.
It was all we had. So, anyway, he's beaten. Everything's taken care of. No more Buggy. He's out of the picture for now. And I do mean that this time for now because Oda fucking loves Buggy, so he comes back a lot. Or he comes back a good number of times.
I'll take care of something real quick.
Okay.
Incredible.
Why isn't this all on the same layer?
So Buggy is actually, like, people love Buggy.
Oh, Buggy is a huge fan favorite.
Oh, okay.
Like, he's not the greatest of guys, but he is hilarious.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't like clowns. I'm very afraid of clowns. The whole clown motif.
It's not too huge. He doesn't have a lot of face makeup. It's mostly just like lipstick and the nose, and sometimes like a little white around his face. He's mostly.
He's like clown adjacent.
He's clown adjacent. That is
All
a
right.
good way to put it.
I can accept clown adjacent. Clown adjacent.
Let me get you a good anime. A good anime image of Buggy.
Oh, I finished the overlay.
Nice.
Yeah, I found a little tortoise to put in that corner that I was trying to figure out.
That's what Buggy looks like.
Oh, okay, that's fine.
Yeah, he's not super clown.
He looks like the mixture of a mime and a clown.
Well, yeah, a little bit. He talks a lot more.
I just mean like
this.
an outfit. In the form of outfits is what I mean.
He's got like the traditional kind of hero outfit, I guess.
Yeah, that's exactly sort of. I don't know. My brain just immediately made that conclusion. I was like, all right, that's something I can live with.
There you go.
So a lot has been covered so far.
That's arc number 2 of the East Blue Saga. That's 2 of 5.
Okay. And just to recap real quick on what's her name? Nami? Nami?
Yeah, Nami.
Okay, Nami. Nami?
Hard E sound for the I at the end of her name.
Okay. So Nami is as of this point, she is a temporary navigator.
Yeah.
That's her agreement for right now.
Yeah, she's not officially joined the crew. She's saying that she's just gonna travel with them for the moment.
Okay.
And I will get you a good image of Nami pre-time skip, because I'm sure that while my renderings are beautiful,
well, they're beautiful and pretty much flawless.
Absolutely. But yeah, that's what Nami looks like.
Yes, I recognize this individual.
Yeah. So she's just joining the crew for now. No express.
For now.
Yeah, no expressed version of loyalty. She reserves the right to abandon ship whenever she feels like.
Mm-hmm.
So while he's off doing whatever he's got to do, I will make the next section.
What's the next section? What's the next arc's name?
Our next arc is Syrup Village arc.
Syrup Village arc. I have a question. How many arcs are there up to the point like where we're stopping?
It depends on where we stop.
I mean like as of the moment, how many arcs are there?
At the moment, there are currently, this will be the third arc that we've gone into.
How many arcs are there in the
entire series?
That's sort of what, like up into the point of where we're gonna be, like the most recent thing, yeah.
To where we're stopping. Okay. $30.
30 arcs total.
Yes.
Fascinating.
Some are big.
And we're
some are
through, what, 2 of them?
Well, we're getting on to 3. So yes.
So yeah, after this arc, after we finish this third arc, it's only 27 other arcs.
Yeah. All right, so I'm actually going to be blasting through the Syrup Village arc a little bit because honestly,
Okay.
in my opinion, it's this is not my favorite arc. It is the
Okay,
arc
so
where
no interruptions while you blast through this one.
Yeah.
Questions at the end.
the important bit is this is where Usopp joins the crew and the crew gets to marry. Which is their ship. So they come across Syrup Village. Right now, the boats that they have are just 2 little dinky boats. One that Nami stole from the buggy pirates, and the other one being just the boat that Luffy and Zoro had. And they realize, hey, we need a bigger boat. So they think next village we get to, we need to see if we can get a boat. And in that effect, they come across Syrup Village, where they meet Usopp, who, seeing that pirates were coming because there's a giant fucking buggy symbol on the front of the boat that Nami's on, tries to put on airs. And while they're at the village, or when they come across the place, which this island's a little weird. It's kind of one big circle, and there's only 2 ways up to the actual island itself, which are on the north and south portions of the island. There's little beaches, and there's a big old ramp that goes up to where like the main village is. There's a big old manor off to the side. That's Syrup Village. So there's only 2 ways up. The rest, all of it's sheer cliffs. Usopp starts out by basically pretending that he has a big old crew on the island ready to go. 10,000 men is going to attack, and Luffy just goes, okay, show him. And Usopp caves almost immediately. They kind of become fast friends. They realize that, you know, they're fighting each other. I mean, there's no reason to fight each other. And they go get food. Learn that he's got a friend in the village who is actually like the rich person of the village.
So am I tracking this correctly? What basically happened was Luffy called Usopp's bluff.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And that's the entirety of it?
That's the entirety of it. Luffy called him out, and Usopp couldn't produce. But yeah, so they they plan to go see his friend, which is a lovely young girl named Kaya. I'm gonna grab image because I'm just flying through this. She's unfortunately at the moment she's sick. She's not feeling well. She's also Sans parents. The only person in her life outside of Usopp is a man named Klahadore.
Klahadore?
Klahadore.
Klahadore.
I will get an image for you here in a moment. Please do better. Where is image? I can use a Klahadore. Alright, well, I guess I gotta go through the other one. Essentially, he's her butler. Been the butler of the crew for a good number of years now. Here we go.
Klahadore.
Klahadore. This is our guy.
Klahadore.
She is Klahadore. That is. Oh, that is spelled K. Oh God. All right, hold on. Here we go. That is K-A-L. Or no, I'm wrong. Shit. K-L-A. H-A-D-O-R-E. I'm drawing on his face because fuck him. Anyway, so that's Klahadore.
Oh, do we not like him?
No, we don't like him. He's stuffy. He's mean to Usopp. He won't let anybody see Kaya, and been keeping Kaya kind of locked up with the other butler in the house, who is a little sheep dude. His name is Mary. I didn't want to save the image. I wanted to copy the image. Thank you. This is Mary. He's a good guy.
Do we also not like Mary?
No, we like Mary. Mary's a good guy. He's got little sheep horns on his head.
Mary.
And he's the one who actually designs the Going Mary, which is the ship that they get on this on this island.
Okay.
So everything seems like it's okay. They try to do the thing, but Klahadore gets in the way. And then it turns out, oh fucking no, Klahadore is not a nice little butler guy. He's actually a fucking pirate. By the name of
He's actually a pirate?
He's actually a pirate by the name of Captain Kuro of the Black Cat Pirates. And he has been faked being captured and executed way back by using a guy on his crew who was like his second in command, known as Django, who is a funny little guy who can hypnotize people, and he likes to dance around kind of like Michael Jackson. And he's kind of
So devil fruit user, or is just hypnotism just a thing?
Hypnotism is just a thing.
Okay.
Noted.
Yeah, no, we're not going to run into another devil fruit user in the East Blue Saga for quite a while.
Okay.
Okay.
Trying to get a picture of Django. There we go. Can I get one where it's not going to spoil his future a little bit? No. Okay. Well, who cares? Eventually he becomes a Marine. Oh no. So, but for right now, he's currently the acting captain of the Black Cat Pirates because Kuro faked his capture and execution by having Django hypnotize somebody else to think that they were him and turned him in instead. So there you go. So for the last, I believe it was 8 years, way too long, Kuro has been pretending to be a fucking butler of the crew Kaya's family, so he could try to eventually get her fortune from the family, so he can live an easy life. So he's been spending fucking 8 years faking being a butler for the Black Cat Pirates to show up to Syrup Village, get Django to write a will from Kaya that says that she's leaving all of her money and all of her estate to her butler Clahador, and then kill her off.
Oh my god.
Uh-huh. It's a really convoluted, stupid plan, and you should have just attacked the village in the first place, you stupid fucking pirate man.
Level of dedication.
It's, it takes a lot of balls to do what he did, I'll give you that. But at the same time, man, you could have expedited this process a lot faster by just being a pirate.
the man committed to his bit.
He did.
Let it never be said that he did not commit to his bit.
He committed to his bit so hard that his weapon of choice is a pair of cat gloves that have swords on them. On each finger and thumb.
Wow.
And I will get you an image of that.
Please.
I believe this is from one of the Pirate Warriors.
Dear God.
That's his weapon of choice.
Listen here, you Bayonetta reject.
It's so like his weapon is so cumbersome to the point that he's gained the habit of when he needs to adjust his glasses, he does it with the palm of his hand so he doesn't cut his face.
You know what? Yeah.
Yeah. So
Okay, continue.
well, I mean, to wrap things up, Usopp is a known liar of the village. He would run around every day yelling about the fact that, oh, pirates are coming, and
Oh no.
uh-huh.
Oh no.
So it's a wolf. It's the boy who cried wolf situation. So on the day the pirates are actually showing up because Luffy and Usopp overhear Clawhor's plan, nobody believes him. So it's down to our little pack of 4 to defend the village and keep them safe without any of them knowing, because nobody would believe them anyway. Which they do. They win. Turns out the reason why Usopp yells about pirates coming is because when he was younger, his dad left Yasop to be a pirate on a very particular crew, the Red Hair Pirates.
Oh.
Yes. So Luffy actually knows his dad.
Yeah.
Because he was part of the crew back when Luffy knew them back in his own village, back in Fushia. And while Yasop is not the greatest of dads, he's definitely proud of the fact that he was a dad, even though he abandoned life to become a pirate, and talked about Usopp a fucking ton to Luffy.
So it's a thing where, like, I'm a shitty dad, but I'm proud of my son.
Yeah, I'm proud of my kid. Unfortunately, Usopp's mother is a mother in an anime, and she was sick. So
Yeah.
she eventually
Oh
passed away.
no, did she have the hairstyle?
No. I know what you're referring to. No, she doesn't have dead mom
Oh,
hairstyle,
okay.
no.
Oh, okay.
Her hair is a lot like Usopp's. It's kind of froey.
Okay.
But yeah, so the reason why he yelled every day was to make her happy and thinking that, hey, pirates are here. And, maybe it's the Red Hair Pirates, it was a thing he did for her. And then he continued doing it even after she was dead, to the point
As a way to mourn her loss.
a little,
Yeah,
a
okay.
little bit.
Aww.
So the whole kerfuffle ends.
God damn it, I have a favorite character. We go on much longer, I'm going to actually want to watch this series in some capacity.
Oh, Usopp's fucking great. I mean, he's an absolute coward. And he starts out being very, very cowardly. But it's okay.
But he's got the heart of just, he's a lover, not a fighter. And I gotta appreciate that.
And not only that, but he also becomes the very definition of bravery.
Okay.
Which is, you know, bravery isn't running around and doing stupid shit for the sake of doing stupid shit.
It's doing stuff even though you're scared.
Yes. That he becomes the definition of that. His dream, because all of them have dreams, and I should have covered that. Luffy's is, of course, it's... To become the Pirate King is actually a part of the dream. We don't know what his real dream is yet. But it is apparently the same dream that Roger had, the original King of the Pirates. We don't know the specifics. The crew now knows what his dream is, but again, it's been kept secret from us, so we don't know specifically what it is. Nami's dream is to make a map of the entire world. She wants to chart the entire world.
Wait, Nami wants to chart the entire world?
She wants to make a chart of the entirety of the world. So that's why she eventually sets sail officially with the crew. I mean, fuck. Of course she joins the crew. I mean, everybody knows that she's a part of the Straw Hat Pirates. Zoro's dream is to become the world's greatest swordsman because he made a promise to a friend who passed away that one of them would become the greatest swordsman ever, and so now he carries that dream for her, for the both of them.
Okay.
And Usopp's is it's simple, but it's not simple at the same time. His want is to become just a brave warrior of the sea. The problem with his dream is that while he has technically already achieved that, he hasn't achieved it in his own eyes. So he needs to see it for himself before he can officially achieve his dream.
Okay.
Of all of the Straw Hats, he's done it. He's good. So yeah, that's Syrup Village. They get the Going Merry from they get it the ship we all got to see, and we're happy to see again. I'm gonna draw a really crappy Going Merry, and I'm sorry. It's a nice little Carabelle. It's not the biggest ship, but it's a nice ship, and it's their ship, so they got a ship. And they set sail, and we go off into the next arc, which is the Baratier.
That one took like all of 5 minutes to get through.
I know.
That was great.
I'm trying not to focus too much on like the little details, because while I appreciate the little details, I'm like a longtime fan, and I think about all this shit. But for explanation reasons, it's not important.
Thank you, Gam.
I mean,
What happened? I'm not looking at the stream right now.
Nothing. He's just making a reference to the fact that I'm actually making sense now.
Oh, okay.
And actually going through this a little faster. All right.
Honestly, I'm probably gonna start watching the anime like at an earlier point than the most current dub.
I'd be down to watch it like from the beginning with you guys. I would not fucking be against that. Anyway, so Baratier arc. This is honestly probably going to be the shortest arc out of the 5. Because it all takes place in one specific place, and there's only a good couple of things that really happen. The major thing is the crew's Jolly Roger is finally designed, which is just the skull with the straw hat that we see back over on image here. Yeah, our little thingy here. And the key information on that is that Usopp is actually the one to draw it because he's an artist.
That's cool.
Yeah, he's a tinkerer. He likes to make things because he uses a slingshot. He's not he's a marksman, but he doesn't use a gun. So he's got a bunch of different just like random ammunition. Some that's explosive, some that's just a lead star, some that are eggs. That whole deal.
The more you talk about Usopp, the more he becomes my favorite character.
Oh, Usopp's fucking great. All of the Straw Hats are great. Like, in all honesty, like, there's just to go off of just like true main character, Luffy has won every single popularity poll that has ever been made for One Piece, which is not something that can normally be said for a main character of an anime series.
That's so true. That's very true.
Like, I don't even think Naruto places his number one on his own fucking thing. I think Sasuke.
No, I
takes
don't
it
think
most of the
so.
time. Like the top two characters for every poll is always Luffy and Zoro. It's Luffy as number one, Zoro at number two, and then the
I feel like that makes sense.
Straw Hats are usually within like the top 10. So with their new ship comes a cannon. So they decide to test out the cannon. There's a big old rock formation that's off to the side, off in the water, and they fucking blow the shit out of it.
You should put this under like special events instead of just chatting.
Should I? I can change
Yeah.
it. I didn't think it counted as a special event.
I mean, you're going over the entirety of an anime. I feel like that's a pretty special event.
There we go. Should be updated.
Mm-hmm.
So they blow the hell out of this random rock formation. They don't think anything of it. Turns out there was some guys over there.
There was just some dudes.
But that's the second most remarkable thing. The most remarkable thing is that Usopp hits it in one shot. So, and it's a pretty good distance away. Like this is where it is. This is, if I can get the perspective right, this is how far away the boat is. So they're like, oh, we were there, and he just fucking nails it. Like, no problem.
Damn.
Yeah, he is an expert marksman. But the two people who show up that are on there are actually people that Zoro knows, which are two little buddies of his, known as oh right, shit, I always forget about this. Before Zoro joined the crew, he was a bounty hunter.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he was.
Who was a bounty hunter?
Zoro.
Zoro.
He was known as
Okay.
pirate. He was known as the pirate hunter because he would hunt bounties. Now, he didn't do it because he wanted to. He did it out of necessity because when he left his home village, he couldn't find his way back.
He just got lost?
He just got lost.
Oh, gosh.
So he started hunting bounties out of a pure need for money to survive.
He was like, might as well.
Yeah. He is the most powerful swordsman in the East Blue. So that is important to know. But yeah, so they run across these dudes, which we got over here. We got Johnny. And we got our boy over here. Copying images. Give me a second. And we got Yosuke. They were hanging out on the rock. They're actually old bounty hunter friends of Zoro. Followed him around a lot. Yosuke's not doing so good because he's come down with a case of scurvy. And they tied their boat to the little rock that was shot in order to try to let Yosuke rest and recover. Not that it was going to help. He was deficient in vitamin C. He wasn't going to recover. He probably would have died. But
he needs citrus.
He
doesn't need rest.
Right. But they're stupid. They don't know that. So, but thankfully, Nami is smart enough to know what's going on. Says, we got limes in the storage. Just shove them in his face.
Nami. God bless
You
You
need
know
one
why?
person who has a brain.
You know what
Nami is
grog
the-
was? It was rum, water, and citrus, so that it could be your treatment for scurvy and kill the bacteria in the water and kill the buggers in the water, so you'd survive.
Yep.
Grog was rationed as a way to keep the crew alive, not just to get them drunk.
And that's why it's a bad thing the rum was gone. Anyway, so yeah, they fix each other up. The Zoro and his little buddies have a nice little powwow. Yosuke seemingly recovers quickly, but it's, he's not. He immediately collapses again. and they need to take care of him. So they just continue forward. Everything's just kind of peachy keen, and then all of a sudden, what do we got? Oh shit! It's a marine vessel, and we're officially flying a pirate flag now. So we run into.
Give me a second.
Oh, okay.
Did you run into Kobe?
No, Kobe's back on Shellstown. He does join
Welcome back.
He does join the Marines though. Kobe is officially a chore boy with the Marines right now.
So we found out that we don't meet Kobe, despite the Marines showing up.
Well, oh yeah, because there's only one set of Marines in the entirety of the East Blue.
I mean, I've known writers to be that bad about their work.
Oda is
That
not.
is true.
Oda is never that bad about his work.
Good for Oda.
He's a good boy.
Does Kobe ever come back?
Yeah. Oh yeah. We'll definitely see Kobe again.
Yay!
Every
alright,
time
continue.
you mention Marines showing up, I'm gonna be like, Kobe?
It's gonna be a while before we see Kobe again.
Okay.
But
I kind of
Kobe
care
like
now. I kind of care now, and I'm angry that I kind of care now.
hey, that means that I did my job. We could honestly stop at the end of the fucking Romance Dawn if we want. I mean, of the East Blue arc if we want. We could
The
just
thing
fucking
is,
start.
I'm never gonna watch that much of One Piece if
I-
you stop there.
I
I'm
know.
never going to.
I will.
I've got Turtle hooked, and that's all that matters. Anyway, so we got this motherfucker who shows up. This is Marine Captain. I think he's a lieutenant. Yeah, Marine Lieutenant Full Body. He's kind of important, but not really important. We don't gotta worry about him too much. But he's out to take his girlfriend to the floating sea restaurant Baratier. Yeah, this guy. Which is
Ayo.
a ship out on the. It's a restaurant out at sea. That's what it is. It's
In the Great Depression, sorry, not the Great Depression. During Prohibition, this was done where ships would have gambling and alcohol about 3 miles out from sea, so that they would be technically in international waters.
yeah.
So if you could afford to get a boat, to get in a small boat to travel out, you could drink, and the cops couldn't do shit about it.
This is the Baratier. This is the destination that Full Body is taking his lovely girlfriend to for a
Has a
dinner.
fish head.
It's got a fish head. It's very cute. But running across pirates, he's part of the Marines. He's got to do his job. He sees a skull, orders it to be sunk. So of course the Marines under his command start firing on the Going Merry, and they're fairly close to the Baratier at this point. Luffy, defending the ship, takes one of the cannonballs while propping himself on the boat, and essentially is setting himself up to become a slingshot to fire back the cannonball that hit him, because he can do that. Unfortunately, his hand slips, and instead of the cannonball going to where it's supposed to go, it hits the Baratier. So, whoopsie.
Whoopsie daisy.
Oopsie, we just did a terrorism.
Little bit of a whoops.
We just did a terrorism.
Technically, it's not their fault, but Luffy's a good guy. He goes in. He goes to talk to the manager, he talks to the head chef, the owner of the boat, our boy, our friend, Captain Zeph. He's the chef. He's missing a leg. He's got himself a nice ass mustache and a really tall hat.
Very important question.
Yes.
Is that cannonball the reason he's missing a leg?
No.
Good.
That would be incredible amount of patchwork to be done in a matter of like 10 minutes.
They
No,
have,
no, no,
so
no.
They have an excellent medical crew.
Yes, very good, very good. No, he's missing leg for different reasons. We'll get into that later. Anyway, they all dock there. Full Body just kind of fucks off. He doesn't really care about the pirates. He's more concerned about having a nice dinner with his girlfriend. And Luffy goes up to talk to Zeph. and they work out a deal of sorts. Essentially, in order to pay for the damage, because the Straw Hats, they got no money. They ain't got enough money to help pay for the damages that were done. So as recompense, Luffy has to work as a chore boy for the Baratier for 5 years. Initially, Luffy says yes because he's dumb and doesn't realize how long he says. Doesn't really matter because Zeph wasn't gonna fucking budge on that anyway. Luffy's working for the time period he set in order to pay for the damages that were done to his restaurant. So that's a problem. we got a fucking pirate adventure to be on. We can't spend 5 years on the Baratier. That'd be boring. So Luffy sets about trying to constantly convince Zeph to give him a shorter time period. Like, I think the lowest he goes is like, I can't remember if it was a month or a year. it was just a tiny bit of a joke. It really doesn't end up mattering in the long run. Let me see if I can find the exact time that he throws out. Yeah, no. Yeah, so that doesn't really come up ever again. Or it never gets reduced in the means of that time period. The next thing we do, though, we get to meet, is we meet our boy, the chef of the Straw Hat Pirates, and third strongest member of the crew, depending on what kind of fan you are, Sanji.
Depending on what kind of fan you are.
Look, man, the Zoro and Sanji fans fight each other all the time.
You know what? Alright, that's fair. But look at him, he's in a suit.
He's in a suit. He's a proper dapper lad. He's a real ladies' man. And
I think Shiny's a Sanji fan.
Oh no, Shiny is a Zoro fan.
Oh, okay.
That was a very quick correction.
but like myself, they don't really fully care.
Okay.
Like, I'm not gonna get a fight over who's better, Sanji or Zoro. They're both great in their own way. They both have their own problems.
They're their own characters.
Who's stronger? Who cares? Anyway. So Zoro, see, you got me confused. Sanji is actually the assistant head chef of the Baratier, and has actually been with the Baratier since he was a little baby boy. He loved them both because they're wonderful dynamic with each other. Oh yeah, Zoro and Sanji have a hell of a dynamic with each other, and it's great. But yeah, he's been on the Baratier for quite some time. I believe he's been there since he was about, Luffy's age, way back in the day. Because they're not too far in age difference. Sanji's only about 2 years older than Luffy at this point. So he was helping out with the start of the Baratier back when he was like 9 or 10. He's been there forever. So we got our setup. We got the Baratier, we got Zeph, we've got Lieutenant Full Body, we've got Sanji. Lieutenant Full Body thinks he's got this date in the bag. He's told them exactly what kind of food he wants, what kind of fucking wine he wants. He's gonna try to impress this girl by being like, "Oh, I know exactly what this wine is. It's amazing." Too bad Sanji was the chef. And he changed the type of like drink that went with the soup because he felt that it paired better. So Lieutenant Full Body makes a fool of himself by pretending he knew exactly what it was. Sanji reveals the fact that it's actually a different type of wine. The important part of this is that Lieutenant Full Body tries to tank the restaurant's reputation by putting a bug in his soup, and then tries to attack Sanji, and he gets his ass kicked.
As he deserves.
As he deserves.
All the lieutenant wanted was a nice date.
He also he was being a dick horse about it. I mean, if you get fucking like told, hey, it turns out you didn't guess the thing wrong, you don't fucking step on a bug and put it in the soup.
No, you don't.
No.
Yeah. You could there's wanting to have a nice date and then being a jerk.
Yes. Which, though, it does lead to some great stuff because I mean they're on a restaurant that's out at sea. When you're out at sea, you don't waste food. So even though he put a thing in the soup, Sanji looks at it, doesn't freak out a little bit because he knows that the reputation of the restaurant doesn't really matter in the long run to Zeph, and makes the joke of like, he's like, "What's this bug doing in my soup?" And Sanji answers with, "It looks like he's drowning."
Okay.
So yeah. So then, of course, Full Body, pissed that he's continuously embarrassed, wastes the soup by by just destroying the bowl, throwing it off to the side. It's on the ground now, no salvaging it. Sanji's pissed off, beats the shit out of him.
Because how dare you?
How dare you? And they don't give a shit. This fucking place, it's not run like a regular restaurant. The chefs, they act more like pirates than they do anything else.
Are they pirates?
No.
Oh.
Just act like it. Okay.
Yeah. Zeph
Okay.
is a former pirate, but he's not a pirate anymore. He was actually the leader of the Cook Pirates, which was just a bunch of cooks on a ship. And also
Just
one of the
doing what they do.
yeah, is also one of the few crews that have come back from the Grand Line after heading out there. Not many return, because the Grand Line is actually known as a pirate graveyard.
Oh my.
Yeah. There's not a lot known about the Grand Line inside of the other blues. A lot of them just know myths and legends because it's so hard to get in there. So your average layman thinks that the place is a fucking just nightmare. Which isn't wrong, but also not right.
Overblown.
Anyway, overblown, kind of. We'll get there. Anyway. Oh,
All right.
so much talk.
At the counter, Gam's saying we'll get there.
Well, it's more the fact that there's a lot to explain.
I know. That was...
Anyway. So Full Body runs off with his crew. Turns out, though, thank you. I just hydrated, but I will hydrate again. Or I'm doing a lot of talking today.
Yeah, you need it.
Thankfully, I've got a good amount left in that cup. Anyway, so Full Body and his crew, they run off. But it turns out that they were actually carrying a very important prisoner on the ship at the time, which is a pirate by the name of Gin. I'm getting that image.
Name of Gin?
Gin. G-I-N.
So Jin?
Gin. I think they pronounce it Gin. I don't remember how.
Probably because
It doesn't show up again.
they want to pronounce it the same way the alcohol is, despite it being like that.
Yeah. But yeah. This is Jin. We're gonna call him Jin now because that makes more sense. And he is actually the second in command of one of the most feared pirate crews in the East Blue, thought to have left to go to the Grand Line, known as the Dawn Krieg Pirates. And he is not in good shape. When he gets onto the Baratier after breaking out, he's fucking he's looking really malnourished. He's bleeding. He's not had a good time. And the first thing he does is he goes over to a table, puts his foot up, and demands food. He ain't got no money. One of the other chefs on the boat, by the name of Patty, who looks like a Popeye reject. Let me see if I can get a good image of our boy Patty. I hope we can. He's a fun character. There should be an image here, Wiki. That'll do.
Not good enough. Where is he? There he is.
I haven't put him in yet.
Wait, I was looking at the wrong person.
You were looking at Jin.
Yeah,
I was looking
that's
at him.
Patty.
Look at him.
He's looking like a reject from a Popeye cartoon. Anyway, Patty.
Don't call him that.
Yeah,
All right, Pluto.
there you go. Patty asks him if he's got any food, any money, and Jin, of course, replies, "I ain't got no fucking money. Give me food." So he beats the shit. So Patty beats the shit out of him, throws him out of the restaurant.
You know what? Fair.
There's a problem. He's the Don Krieg pirate. They're one of the most feared pirate crews in the entire fucking East Blue, and beating up their second in command and throwing him out, that might not be a good idea. At least according to everybody else. But it doesn't matter in the end because Sanji, he's a good boy. He goes, he makes a nice risotto, a seafood risotto. He gives it to Jin for free. Jin eats and then runs away. Or he leaves. He doesn't really run away. He leaves. He's very grateful. They didn't realize that somebody could just be kind to him because, you know, he's a fucking pirate. Zeph does see that Sanji gave this man who has no money food. Doesn't really raise a stink about it. It's not a problem. Couple days later, we got a problem. There's a big old ship outside. This ship is a galleon. When it shows up, it's this big compared to the tiny little fish ship. It's all the way down here. This is just a little guy, and this ship is this fucking big. It's a big ass galleon, and it's the fucking Krieg Pirates ship. Everybody on the restaurant is like freaking out. It's a big deal. It's also really foggy out today because, you know, got to get that dramatic effect. But when the fog clears, the ship's not looking so good. It's looking pretty beat up, and basically like it's a floating piece of driftwood more than a ship at this point. The doors open. We see Jin carrying Don Krieg on his shoulder and begging for food because his captain is not in a good way right now. There's maybe 100 men that are actually alive on the ship at the moment. 100 out of what was supposed to be a crew of, I believe it was about 10,000. Like he had a fleet. He was known to have a fleet of 50 pirate ships under him. They went out to the Grand Line. This is the only ship to come back. It's not a place to go if you're not ready. Yeah. So they're having a bad time. This thing is fucking beat up. Sails are all tattered, and everyone on there is starving. None of them have eaten for days. Don Krieg falls to his knees begging for food. The other chefs are like, we should just let him starve and call the Marines to come pick his ass up. Sanji's not happy about that. He tries to go up and make some food for the guys. The other chefs, they get in the way. They want to stop him from being able to feed a guy who clearly has a reputation of just lying and cheating. This motherfucker will raise the white flag while approaching islands and ships before attacking them. That's how bad of a dude he is. And so they're trying to stop Sanji. Sanji's not having it. He wants to be able to feed a dude who's been starving for a long time. There's probably a reason behind that. But we don't really get to go into it in depth too much because, hey, guess what? Zeph shows up with food. Not only for Don Krieg, but also for all of the men on the ship. So it seems like Sanji and Zeph's morality is kind of like the same, huh?
Mm-hmm.
If somebody's hungry, they're gonna feed them. That's what they do. Don Krieg at first definitely is very happy about the fact that he finally has some food. He eats it, and then immediately attacks Zeph.
What the fuck?
Yep. Demanding that the Baratier be given to him so he can have a new ship for his crew, and that if they don't want to die, they need to clear out and leave. Now, these guys are fed.
Oh, bullshit.
They've had food. Sanji and Zeph, they don't care no more. Now you can kick their asses. So it's time. Then there's a bit of a problem. While everybody's getting prepped and ready for battle, what's left of Don Krieg's ship is cut in half. And I don't mean it just falls apart. It is sliced. Clearly with some form of blade. And in that, we come across the man who is in Zoro's way for the title of greatest swordsman in the world.
Man, the myth, the legend.
The man, the myth, the legend, Dracule Mihawk.
Damn.
Also known as Hakai Mihawk. The greatest swordsman in the world. And he and Shanks are actually old sparring buddies. They used to fight all the time back in the day until until Shanks lost his favorite arm. You know, when the dominant arm is gone, sparring with the fighting your buddy for the title of greatest swordsman, Mihawk didn't care anymore. So they haven't really fought much. They still hang out. They drink together sometimes, but fighting, they don't fight much anymore.
They're still pals.
They're still pals. But yeah, this motherfucker rolls up. He just casually shows up on a little coffin boat. It's a little boat that he came in from on the Grand Line. He followed them back to the East Blue from the Grand Line on just a little tiny boat. And I want to see, I want Mihawk's boat. Give me Mihawk's boat.
Give. Right here.
Hold on, I gotta Google it. There we go. You got a little boat. It's a nice little coffin boat. You know, something you wouldn't think would be able to get away, to cross over from the Grand Line back into the East Blue. But it does. It's fine. Don't worry about it.
Don't question it. We're all good here.
So, turns out he followed. The reason why the ship was in such bad condition in the first place wasn't just because they ran into some bad weather or got hit by a hurricane only. No, Mihawk. Mihawk was chasing them because they woke him up from his nap.
You know what? That's valid.
Yeah, it's not even a joke. They woke him up. So he's like, all right, fuck you.
I agree. I've never been in such agreement with a person.
So that's, you know, it seems like Mihawk's here to finish the job. He's going to take care of Don Krieg. But wait, this is the guy with the title of the world's greatest swordsman. Zoro wants to be the world's greatest swordsman. How do you get that title? You beat the guy who's currently got it. So he challenges Mihawk. And loses. Bet. Like, we're talking that Mihawk originally doesn't even pull out a fucking sword. Like, the sword on his back, that big old thing, that's a sword.
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't pull that out to fight Zoro. No.
Shit.
He's got a lovely little thing around his neck. Like, right, meow.
Yeah, cross.
It's a tiny... It's not just a cross. It's a tiny little dagger.
Oh.
He uses that to fight Zoro. And destroys him.
Damn.
Yeah. But Zoro's not backing down. He understands that, yeah, this is a big fish. I'm a tiny little fish who's going after one of the world's greatest swordsmen. I'm not doing as good as I thought, but I'm not gonna fucking turn my back on this shit. And he actually impresses Mihawk with the fact that he's not willing to back down. So,
Nice.
as a means of respect, he does pull out Yoru, which is this blade over here on his back, which is one of the named swords, and a black blade. Arguably considered the most powerful black blade. And he uses that to defeat Zoro. Gets a nice like slash across his chest, and Zoro knows he's beat. Two of his swords are been destroyed by this little clash that they had. So he sheathes his last sword, faces Mihawk, arms stretched out, chest open wide, and says, "All right, I lost." But he's not turning his back, because scars on the back are the shame of a swordsman. It shows that you ran away. So he's not taking that. And out of respect, Mihawk finishes the fight, slashes Zoro across the chest one more time. Zoro falls into the ocean, blood spraying everywhere. Luffy, having stayed out of the fight so far because he knew that this was a fight that was important to Zoro, now attacks, knowing that the fight is over, trying to basically get a little bit of revenge for his buddy. Because they're buddies now. They're friends. This is Luffy's crew. You don't disrespect Luffy's crew. Of course, you know, this is also the world's greatest swordsman. He misses. He just steps out of the way.
You know, yeah.
But it's okay because Zoro's fished out of the water by Yosaku and Johnny, pulled up on a little boat, everything, and he's being treated. He can still talk. He calls out to Luffy. He says, "I will never lose again. I will stop at nothing less than the world's greatest swordsman. And is that okay, King of the Pirates?" And Luffy accepts. So now Zoro is set to never lose another fight, as a means of showing his conviction to Luffy that he will become the greatest swordsman. It's a beautiful moment, but there's a new problem. The Mary's gone. Nami took it.
Wait, gone?
Yeah. Nami took the Mary.
What the fuck?
She sailed off with the ship. Whatever stuff that they had, she took that shit and she's gone.
She just yeeted?
She just yeeted with their shit.
Oh no.
Now
That's not cool.
I would love to actually show you the scene of like that whole exchange between Zoro and Luffy, but I know I'll get fucking destroyed for it. So I definitely recommend looking up the clip later. Mostly to King, since I know that Turtle's gonna watch the series now.
Yeah.
But yeah, so Nami's missing. We got Don Krieg. Mihawk, he's done. You know what? He's impressed with Zoro. He doesn't give a shit about Don Krieg anymore. So he gets on his ship. He leaves. He's done. He's gonna go. He's gonna go back home and get a nap. So while Luffy has to stay behind, because you know he's still a chore boy. He's got to stay with the Baratier. He tells the others, take Yosaku and Johnny's boat, go after Nami and bring her back. He doesn't care that she stole the ship. He wants Nami back. She's the navigator. That's important. He wants his friend. So that's their job. Zoro currently, you know, being bandaged. Yosaku, Johnny, and Usopp all set off to try to catch up with Nami and get the Mary back. Back here at the Baratier, we've got Don Krieg versus the chefs, Sanji, and Luffy. Luffy makes a new deal. Hey, Zeph, if I beat up Don Krieg, can I not be a chore boy and my debt settled? Zeph, yeah, sure.
Yeah, why not?
So that's the new idea. Beat
you
up
know,
Zeph.
fair enough.
Yep.
Fair enough.
Beat up Zeph, get out of the debt, move on with my life. So yeah, that's the new goal. We get a good couple of fights. We get a couple of the other commanders showing up. Hey, where's Gin? Oh shit, he's currently got a gun to Zeph's head. We got him here.
That escalated quickly.
Zeph's on the ground. Well, there's more fights going on, but it's kind of trivial. But he's standing on top. He's got a fucking gun in hand. He got a nice little gun, shotgun to his head. He says, "Hey, get out of here, and I won't kill the old man." Sanji, he doesn't seem like the kind of guy who's likes giving up his life for dreams and all that kind of shit. He seems pretty broken right now. Like he's when he sees Zoro take a hit for his dream, he tells him that he should have given up instead of actually, you know, dying for it. That kind of situation. That changes real quick when he sees a gun to Zeph's head and tells Gin, point that at me instead. Because there's a reason why Zeph no longer has foot. And it's Sanji's fault.
It's Sanji's fault?
It's Sanji's fault. when
How
Sanji was a baby. Well, not baby, but back when he was a little boy.
He was a little lad.
He was a little lad.
A young lad.
He was actually a apprentice chef on a cruise ship. He was learning how to be a chef from a bunch of guys. And that ship was unfortunately attacked by the Cook pirates upon their return from the Grand Line. As the attack is happening, we get a big old fucking storm that comes in out of nowhere, capsizes both boats, tosses Sanji into the water, and Zeph goes in after it. Because it turns out both of them share the same dream. They want to find a place called the All Blue, where all of the oceans meet, all of the fish from all the different seas mix in with each other, and you can just it's a fucking sea chef's dream. You can get whatever kind of fish you want, don't have to do any kind of importing, just fucking fish it up onto the boat. That's their dream. They share that. It's a child's dream because, hey, you know that thing about the world where it's kind of separated and segmented into 4 different things by a big ass landmass and a big ass ocean current? There's no way the All Blue could exist. But they don't care. It's their dream. They want to find it. Now, this is where the anime and the manga kind of separate a little bit in how Zeph loses his leg. In the anime, it's made very clear that while trying to save Sanji, the 2 ships colliding trap one of Zeph's feet. And in order to actually save Sanji, he grabs onto a chain that from an anchor that was nearby, wraps it around his foot, and when the waves eventually separate the ship again, it just shears his leg off. It's gone. Yeah. Which is, his leg is important because he was actually known as Red Shoes Zeph. As a cook, your hands are important. You need those. So he doesn't fight with you. He never fights with his hands. He doesn't use a weapon. He exclusively fights in kicks. Something he's passed on to Sanji over the years. They're both of them could kick so hard they could leave their fucking boot print in bedrock. That's how hard they can kick.
Leave a boot print on your bowels.
No, that's for the food. Anyway, so yeah, in the anime, that's how Zeph loses his leg. Eventually, Sanji comes to after nearly drowning. They're stuck on a rock in the ocean. Let me do a quick thing. Oh, you're really gonna be like that, huh? Just gonna move that over because we need to anyway. So. Anyway, so they're on a rock formation that's formed like this. It's just kind of like a mushroom. And they're up here. Little babies.
Oh my god.
Unfortunately, they don't have any way of fishing. There's no fish. There's no fishing pole. It's just a rock out in the middle of the ocean. That's all it is. Now, there are 2 bags of things that are with them. We got a big old bag that's over here by Zeph, and a little tiny bag that's over here by Sanji. Sanji's told, hey, that bag's for you. It is all the rations I could fucking save before we got here. And you need to make that last as long as we can until help arrives to come and get us. Sanji's mad because Zeph's bag is bigger. Zeph says, fuck you, I'm a big man, I need a lot of food. You're a kid, you don't need as much food as I do.
Fair statement.
Yeah, it's a fair bit of information that is that while Sanji's mad about it, doesn't get angry. He's like, I can do this. I got this. I can fucking make this this food last as long as we need. How long is it gonna take? Couple of days? That's fine. It doesn't take a couple of days.
Takes maybe a little bit more than a couple of days.
They're on there for about a month.
Ooh, that's yeah, just a little bit longer than a couple of days.
Yeah, and Sanji's down to the last of his food. He's looking like a twig. He hasn't seen Zeph because Zeph told him to go to one side of the island and keep an eye out for ships. He's still mad at Zeph for, attacking the ship and getting him in this situation in the first place. So his whole plan was, I'm gonna fucking make this food last, and if I see a ship, I'm not telling the old man. I'm gonna leave him here. But time passes. Sanji runs out of food, and at this point, he's starting to look bad. He's basically skin and bones. He is starving. He looks over. He remembers, oh shit, Zeph had way more food than me. Maybe if I go over and take his food, maybe if I go over there and kill him, I can have his food instead, and then I'll be okay. So that's his plan. He sneaks over. He sees Zeph sitting there, staring out in the ocean, back to him, and his bag is still just as full as the day he saw it. It hasn't shrunk at all. So his mouth is watering. He's ready. He approaches. Zeph hears him coming, goes, "What the fuck are you doing over here? I'm here to steal your food, old man. This is my food now." He runs right to the bag, slices it open with a little dagger that he's got, and it's not food in the bag. It's gold and jewelry. It's useless. They're looking at this, and they've got all the money in the world, and it can't do shit with it because there's nowhere to spend. They're stuck. Zeph has been starving for this entire time, except for one thing. This is where the manga and the anime differ. In the manga, Zeph cut his own leg off for food. So he ate his own leg, which is, it's a kind of a little understandable change for the anime. Really, as much as people argue, because this is a thing people argue about, they try to say that, oh, that ruins it, that he just fucking chopped his leg off. He still sacrificed his leg to give Sanji a second chance. Fuck,
Yeah.
and both of them are really fucking metal. So Sanji comes to the full realization that, the most important thing out on the ocean isn't how much money you have. It isn't how big of a ship you've got. It's you need food. If you ain't got food, you're fucked.
Mm-hmm.
And thankfully, not long after that situation, Zeph eating is so Sanji has a high chance to not starve to death. Yeah, it gives Sanji the best bet to have the most food he can have to survive. Because Sanji's younger. He's an old man. He doesn't care.
Aha, crab rave.
Oh, yeah. But thankfully, not too long after that realization, a ship finally comes by and they're rescued. Though he does get to learn a little bit more about Zeph's dream, which is to have a restaurant out on the ocean. So when they're saved and they're recovered, Zeph uses the money that he's got from the gold that he recovered from his ship sinking to make the Baratier. And Sanji joins him because he feels he owes him his life. He wants to pay the old man back for saving him all those years ago, and he won't stand for seeing the old man die. This is such a fucking good song for me to be explaining this situation in. Da, 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 da. But yeah, so...
Oh yeah, boogie time.
Boogie time. So yeah, he tells Gin to point the gun at him, kill him, not Zeph, because he doesn't want to take anything more from the old man. He took his pirate career, and you're not going to take his shit. That's not how it's going to go. Gin, he figures out that, holy shit, Sanji's a really good guy, these people did so much more for me than anybody else has ever done in my entire career as a person. Because... Oh. You good?
No, it's you know, house of people.
I know. That's
Continue.
Okay. Yeah. So he can't do it. He can't kill either of them. He just wants the whole crew to leave, and they go find some other ship to steal and leave the Baratier alone. Don Krieg ain't having that shit. He's like, how dare you not take my orders? You should fucking just kill yourself right now. And in that, he means he's gonna fire a gas bomb at them. With just, it's full of poison gas. It's called MH5. It's apparently one of the most deadly poisons in the East Blue. And he just fires that shit at Gen, Sanji, Zeph, and Luffy. Zeph is thankfully pulled inside of the Baratier by Patty and another chef, so he's safe. But Luffy, Sanji, and Gen are a little bit of trouble. Gen, being the honorable dude he is, takes his captain's orders and throws away the gas mask that he has on his person because, hey, my captain said I should die, I'm gonna do it. Yeah, Don Krieg is such a sore fucking loser. But thankfully, Luffy is able to grab a couple from the people who were hanging out, and he throws two to Gen and Sanji so that way he can go grab another. But it's a little late. Those who are out in the water are now under the water, so that way they can just be a little safer from the gas. Thankfully, there is a gas mask that somehow just shows up next to Luffy. That's weird, but whatever. He throws that on, it's fine. And then the gas clears because they're out at sea, so the wind just kind of carries it away pretty quickly. Turns out that gas mask was one of the ones he threw over to Gen and Sanji. And Gen has taken in a lot of poison. He's not doing so hot. And that just pisses off Luffy even more. So we get a whole fight. It's a big, like, back and forth thing. Don Krieg has weapons upon weapons on his person. He's got fucking... have I even shown an image of Don Krieg yet? I have not. That's bad. I should. Let you see what this motherfucker looks like. That's Don Krieg.
Holy shit.
Yeah, not a good looking dude.
Huh.
Or not a nice guy. He's got wolf steel body armor, which is some of the strongest armor that there is around. It's bulletproof. It's just fucking as hard as a diamond. That kind of shit. And he's got weapon upon weapon upon weapon on his person. Those shoulder pads of his can become a spear that explodes on contact with someone. That's the kind of shit that this guy is. He's basically a walking armada. But that's okay. We got the pro tag on our side. Luffy wins. Beats the shit out of him. Uses, I think it's just Gum Gum Axe. Basically, he fucking puts his feet on on Don Krieg's face, spins his legs around, and then while Don Krieg is spinning for his fucking life, slams him into the side of the Baratier and knocks his ass out. So he's done, though there is just a funny ass animation, and if I get fucking copyrighted for this, I don't care. I need to show it to you guys. I just hope I can get, like... Oh. Basically, it's a funny ass animation where he's super unconscious, and he gets up subconsciously, and the animation is literally just him planking back up onto his feet. It's pretty funny. But yeah, so Luffy wins. Unfortunately, at the time, he was also in an iron net from Don Krieg, falls into the water. Even if he didn't have a devil fruit, the motherfucker would be sinking like a rock. Thankfully, Sanji's not a devil fruit user. He can swim. He goes in after Luffy to save his ass. and brings him back out. Lo and behold, he's fine. Just gotta get a little bit of water out of him. He's taking a nap. Luffy's good. Couple hours pass after they get all the Dawn Creek pirates out of there. Unfortunately, we don't really know what happens to Gin. It's either he's dead or he's alive. We don't know, but he had a lot of poison in him. More than likely, he's dead. But it's also Oda, who fucking knows. Anyway, a little bit of time passes. We get a lunch. Sanji has been asked multiple times by Luffy to go out to sea with him, but he keeps saying no. But the chefs know he needs to go out there. He needs to see the world. He needs to chase after his dream. So he made the soup today, and in order to try to convince him to leave, they tell him his food is terrible, and they're bad actors. But he gets the point. He's joining up with Luffy, and they're gonna set off to sea. But wait, there's a thing. All of a sudden, the Baratier is hit by a weird looking thing. It's a guy. It's a guy. No, it's a fish. Is this a fucking mermaid? No, it's Yosaku in the fucking mouth of a panda shark.
Yo, it's you need to run that one by me again, Chief.
You say in the mouth of a panda shark?
Yeah, like half his body is outside of a shark that kind of looks like a panda, and they come flying through the building and land in front of everybody and destroy the wall. He's in there. But somebody says Fishman. That's weird. That's a weird thing to say. Yeah, so Yosaku's suddenly back, and we go into setting up for our next arc.
Which one's Yosaku again?
That one. The one with the Naruto headband.
Okay.
Anyway, he's back, and now we go into the next arc of our journey, which just give me a quick old moment here to get the spelling right. We're almost done. Only 2 arcs to go.
2 more arcs to go, and then I have to go dye my hair.
So this is part 1 then, I'm assuming.
Definitely part 1, because I start up at the new place tomorrow, so definitely
yeah.
I need to dye my hair before that.
Okay.
And I go back to the job I'm trying to leave tomorrow, so.
I don't have to go to work for the next 2 days, so I'm good.
Beautiful.
It's nice. Anyway, where is this? Right there? There it is. Anyway, Arlong Park. We cut ahead a bit to Nami on the Mary. She's not looking proud of herself right now. She's kind of sad because, for all intents and purposes, she had a really good time with the crew. She had fun. She laughed. She had some moments with them in the last couple of fights, and she's sad that she had to leave them, hoping that they run across each other again someday. We also get to see on her arm is a little bit of a thing. It's a little tattoo. If I could just get an image of that tattoo.
Draw it.
Well, I still need the image of the tattoo.
What, you can't do it from memory?
Not
Please.
well. It's basic. It's the Arlong Pirates symbol. There we go. It's a little tattoo that looks something like this. It's not going to be a perfect rendering, of course, but Basically looks like that. That's on her arm.
Ooh.
Yeah, it's a very complicated symbol, and that's not even a very good rendering of it. But turns out she's actually working for the Arlong Pirates, who are a crew of fishmen who stem from the Grand Line, because that's the only place where fishmen can come from. Specifically, they come from a particular island known as Fishman Island, very on the nose. Arlong himself is actually a sawnose shark fishman who looks a little bit like a thing that wasn't copied properly. Like, yeah, that's Arlong. He's a pretty big dude. Now, fishmen are, they're pretty powerful. In terms of your average human, comparably, they're about 10 times stronger. Now, they are essentially human at the same time, they just have fish-like features. Their blood, same blood that we got going on in our human bodies in that world. So, really, the only difference is they can breathe underwater and swim really fast and got some fishy traits. And sharp teeth. Now, Arlong is actually from... sets us into a full introduction of a little group that Mihawk is a part of, which is the Seven Warlords of the Sea. Which are seven pirate captains who have been granted amnesty by the government to work for them, have their bounties frozen, and are basically paid to be sort of lapdogs for the government in order to just kind of help keep the peace around the oceans. And Mihawk is actually one of them. Arlong is from a group of pirates that is led by another. He's named Jinbei, who is the fishman captain of the Sun Pirates. But we'll get into him later. He's not important right now.
I think you showed me Jinbei.
I have.
I thought Jinbei. Yeah.
Jinbei is a whale shark. He's a good boy. But unfortunately,
He's a dude.
we're not going to get to him for a long time.
Aw.
Yeah, it's going to be a while. But yeah, so those two are...
Join us again on part 12 of One Piece Abridged.
One Piece explained as best as a guy can.
As best as possible.
We do love
Hold
Jinbei
on.
in this house.
Just give me a moment. Give me a moment. I need to do something important for me.
Okay. Honestly, this is the arc that if you watch up to and you're still not into One Piece by this time, then it's probably safe for you to go ahead and drop the series.
How many, what chapter are we on at this point?
This will encompass 27 chapters of the novel.
Damn.
It's a lot. This is the longest arc of the East Blue Saga.
While we wait, do you want to see the progress I've made?
Yes.
Here, let me share my screen.
Oh.
Eh.
Okay.
I made this one. I made this one. See?
Yeah. Little chat. Very nice. Toys.
I finished up this one, which I really like it.
Yeah, that's great.
I changed I thought I should keep these the same, but I decided to keep them different.
Yeah, it's good
I
contrast.
think it looks good.
Yeah.
And I found this little guy.
He's a little guy. He's underwater now, so it's a little sad, but he's a good guy.
This is underwater. He's not necessarily underwater. This is a different thing. Ignore that.
He's on the same level, but it's fine.
He's 100% fine. I like these little dudes of varying colors.
Little guys.
Yeah. And all of this, everything that I have here is free stuff on Canva. so I don't have so like none of this is like pay for stuff because there is stuff that you can get that's like arguably better, but like you can move shit around and hide things to make cool little things. Like here, this is a whole thing.
Yeah.
Tuck that back in there.
Oh, back in there. That's very good.
And then this one.
Oh, excuse me.
Okay.
This is the end.
Welcome back.
I did a couple of things.
You did a
I
couple-
checked to see if there's a One Piece abridged. There is. It's called None Piece. Episode 5 has been deleted from YouTube.
It's not a reliable source whatsoever, but it is hilarious.
Okay. Because there are some animes that the only way I will ever engage with them is watching the abridged. Hellsing Ultimate is the perfect example of this.
Yeah. No, Purple Eyes WTF is not. He did not keep to the source material at all.
Okay.
He just kind of just did a fucking thing. It's good. I won't tell you not to watch it, but it's not going to tell you anything about One Piece.
Okay. And the other thing I did is Turtle.
Yeah.
After you dye your hair, I got a 17-minute video to share with you.
I mean,
Okay.
sending it while I dye my hair is probably better, so I have
okay.
something to
She's
watch.
got to
That's
sit
fine.
there for a little while.
Yeah,
Alright.
but look at this. Look at my thing real quick if you haven't already.
It looks good. It looks good. It looks good.
Look at all of it. I worked hard. Anyways, okay.
I don't know if you were listening at the time, but this next arc is 27 chapters long. There's a lot to cover.
Bringing us how far into the manga overall?
Up to chapter 95.
So, 10%.
Yep. Hey, the next arc, the final arc, is only like 5 chapters, so it's quick. Anyway, so we come to Kogoyashi Village, which is a nice little place, you know, except for the fact that it's currently ruled by by the pirate crew of Arlong, and he uses it as his own little kingdom, constantly terrorizing the people, belittling them because he is a fishman racist, believing humans are underneath fishmen and should serve them. It's handled very well. I will not do it justice whatsoever, but yeah, Nami's working for the fishmen. That's weird. Wonder why she's doing that. Especially since she hates pirates, and yet she's part of the Arlong's crew. Huh, strange. We also get to meet her adopted sister. 1 second.
Oh, I was looking at the wrong stream.
Again?
For like the 5th time.
Yeah, this time I was still in Turtles, even though she closed it.
Oh.
Oh. Anyway, we meet Nojiko, which is Nami's adopted sister. She and Nami were actually adopted by a woman named Belmare, who was actually was a former Marine. There was a big storm one night. A certain event happened in out at sea, and what's happening? Oh, that's why. And Belmare found herself sans a crew, a sort of run away from the Marines, not because she couldn't handle it, but because she found 2 babies, Nami and Nojiko, and decided that she was going to be their mom. So she took them in, made a tangerine orchard to help pay the bills, and yeah, things were going good for them when they were tiny. And then Arlong showed up. He decided to take over the entirety of Nami's island. All of the towns on the island are under his thumb and are expected to pay a tribute. There is a price for every man, woman, and child. And if you don't pay up, well, they're gonna kill you. And that's the set for that. Now, Belmare, she was a fucking Marine. she doesn't go around taking shit lightly, and she's also not about to let her kids get hurt. So what money she has, and it's not much, goes towards the pay for Nami and Nojiko, and not for herself. So knowing that unfortunately she's probably gonna die, this guy is way too strong, she decides to fight him anyway, and she dies.
That's not the dead mom haircut.
That's not the dead mom haircut.
No, in fact, it is not the dead mom haircut.
No.
Oda's doing a really good job of not giving dead moms the haircut.
I don't think any mom ever has that haircut in this series. Anyway, but yeah, so Nojiko and Nami get to watch their mother just
Die.
Yeah, like Arlong's a cold-hearted bastard. He shoots him in front of him.
Oh god.
Yeah. Now in the 4Kids dub, because I need to fucking cut over to this really quick, it's actually far worse. Like they changed the scene in the worst possible way.
Oh no.
Instead of just shooting Belmare and like doing a cutaway and saying, "Oh no, she's dead," they have Arlong say, "We're gonna put you in a nice dungeon for the rest of your life," implying she's still alive.
Oh no.
Belmare never shows up again ever in this series outside of flashbacks. She's supposed to be dead. So they basically just kind of have her in the 4Kids version stuck in some cell somewhere that nobody knows where to find her.
The only thing 4Kids ever did right was giving Joey Wielder a Brooklyn accent because it was fucking hilarious and it made him memorable in a way that nobody else in that show is.
And the Yu-Gi-Oh! 5D's opening. That shit rocks. But yeah, no. Anyway, so yeah. Nami's mom is killed in front of her, and she's distraught. But also, oh fuck, she can make some good maps. Arlong's crew, they were fucking looking inside their house and found that Nami was actually drawing some really good maps. So they take her. And Arlong makes a deal with little baby Nami, who's about the same age as Luffy at this when we see him back in the Romance Dawn arc at the beginning, and says, "Hey, if you work for me and get me 10 million berries, I will sell you your village back to you. It'll be yours. We won't bother it ever again."
This sounds like the
Oh, but he's a man of his word. He never goes back on a deal. No.
Like actually, or are you deceiving me?
No, I'm not deceiving you. That's what he says.
Alright, sure.
Oh, that's what he says.
That's what he says.
That's what he says. Okay.
Uh-huh.
The man,
That's
the pirate,
different.
the pirate says he's a man of his word. Okay.
Uh-huh.
Alright.
If it concerns money, he doesn't go back on his word.
Okay.
So we cut. So that's just like that. That's their past. We're cutting back to the future. We come back and we see that there's a little bit of a deal going on in Arlong Park at the moment, and there's a marine boat here. That's weird. It's here, and they must be here to take care of the pirates, right? That's what they're gonna do.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, sweet summer child.
Yeah, definitely.
Oh,
definitely.
sweet summer child.
Oh no.
What we have, we meet just the loveliest guy in the world, amazing person, and Nami's not the one who thinks this, by the way, just to let you know. It's like there's some kid. There was a village that was destroyed. All the buildings were flipped upside down. It was called Gosa. Everybody's there was dead except for a couple of people. One of them being a child who tried to get revenge by going to Arlong Park, but Nami beats him up, so he runs away, thus saving his life. But we meet this guy. Doesn't he just look like a good old character? Doesn't he look like a nice dude?
He looks like He looks like a whitewashed version of the dictator from the front of the box for Tropico.
This is Captain Nezumi. On the nose name right there. And he is currently...
For those unfamiliar, Rat.
He is currently taking a bribe from Arlong to keep the Marines out of the fishman's business. Because, you know, Arlong's plan, he wants to rule the entire East Blue. And to do that, he needs Nami's charts. Because Nami's such a good cartographer that she can even pinpoint currents for them. So they know if they need to, like, say, move a rock on the seabed in front of a current to create a whirlpool, that chart will tell them right where to put it. In fact, we get to see that happen because another Marine ship shows up later, captained by a guy named Purin, and he's a fucking character of all characters, but he's not really all that important because, well, the fishmen kind of kill him. He's dead. And they get their ship sucked down into the bottom of the ocean because our boy Hachan, who, while unfortunately at the moment is a bit of a problem, he's eventually a good boy. He's a bit weird because he's got a takoyaki stand and he's, you know, an octopus fishman, but we're not going to worry about that. But yeah, him and another of Arlong's crew. The others aren't really all that important because, well, Hachan's the only one we ever see again. Push a rock in front of a current, create a whirlpool, suck that thing down. Meanwhile, Zoro and Usopp's little group has finally arrived at the island, and they see the Mary and they start going for it, but there's some fishmen that are hanging around. That's not good. Zoro, yeah, he wants to fight. He's damaged, but he can fight. He's fine. He's had a nap. According to him. According to him. Yosuke and Usopp, Johnny and Usopp, nah, they're not having that. They don't want to fight. So they tie him up to keep him from doing something stupid. Unfortunately, the fishmen do see them and start heading for the boat. Usopp and Johnny, they fucking bail. So Zoro gets captured because, you know, he's kind of currently tied to a boat, tied up on a boat and can't really do much. And he gets taken back to Arlong Park, where currently, after the whole incident that was going on with Purin is over with, they're off to Kogoyashi Village because, hey, they got some business that happens to be over there right now. Not that Nami knows. Not that Nami knows.
What's the name of the octopus fishman again?
His name is Hachan.
Okay.
Or Hachi for short.
Okay.
Yeah. So Arlong's got some business over in Kogoyashi. Who knows why? Where it's not important right now. Zoro is actually... Oh, no, wait. Nope, there's actually important stuff. Zoro is brought before Arlong. Arlong was going, hey, I know who you are. You're that bounty hunter. You here for my bounty? And Zoro's like, no, I'm not here for you. I don't really do that anymore. And Nami freaks out because she sees, you know, a person who she started considering a friend happened to be there now. So she's playing up like the bad bitch thing. She's pretending like she doesn't care about the whole situation, doesn't care if he dies. Zoro decides to test that. He's still tied up, by the way. And he launches himself into the water behind them. He can't swim tied up. He's gonna drown. All the fishmen gather around in Arlong Park, start laughing. They find this hilarious that he's just gonna throw his life away like that. Nami dives in after him and saves his ass. And he basically, she puts on a lie saying, hey, I want to deal with him myself. Just lock him up somewhere. I'll take care of it later. And then everybody heads off to Kogoyashi Village. While they're gone, Nami cuts the ropes around Zoro to set him free and leaves. She doesn't make sure he leaves anywhere, so he just kind of stays for a little bit and ends up killing most of Arlong's crew. Now remember, he's injured. So the fact that he's able to take down most of like the grunts while injured is pretty decent. and a good show of what we have to deal with in the future when it comes to their strength. So when you hear the terms monster trio, just remember this. But yeah, he causes a problem. Hachan is still there, by the way. He's fishing over on the other side of a wall, misses the whole situation, and thinking that Zoro's a guest, his entire torso is bandaged up. Yeah, he's not having a good time. Thinking that Zoro's a guest and wants to go see Arlong, he's like, "Hey, hop in my little octopus pot." You can see that. You can see the little octopus pot right about meow. Just hop in there.
Oh, it just registered with me that you said he's an octopus fish man running a takoyaki stand.
Yeah. Well, later. He's not doing that now.
Oh.
Yeah, that's way later. Yeah. Look, don't worry about it.
I mean, they self-cannibalize. It's fine.
There you go. It makes sense.
Yeah, but usually the mom's dead when that happens.
It's fine.
Don't worry about it. Anyway.
Shush.
So, Hachi, thinking he's doing a thing for a guest, Zoro pops in the pot, and they head off to Kogoyashi Village by just going around the island, leaving behind a horrifying mess of pretty much dead or dying fishmen that Zoro cut down when he was going like, what the fuck did she expect me to do when she cut the ropes off? So that's a thing that happens. Usopp had a little encounter of his own, but managed to get away, got a bit of a backstory behind what happens with Nami, in the fact that he meets up with Nojiko. Takoyaki, I've never actually had it. I don't know. I've got no opinions. Apparently Turtle likes it.
It's not terrible is the thing. It's, I don't know.
I mean, if it's cooked properly.
And if it's cooked right, it's not bad. I've had it once. I've had it like once or twice. It's not bad.
Problem is that it's octopus and he's smart.
Yeah.
So it makes it a little bit more of a, I don't know. Anyway, we're not talking about food. So going from there, we get into a different situation where upon arriving back at they get to Kogoyashi Village. Turns out Arlong's there because he's heard rumors about the humans there stockpiling weapons. You can't do that. No. The local town guard, like captain kind of guy. He works for. He sort of works for the government, but he's not like a super high official. He just kind of like watches after the island kind of situation. Takes the blame for the items being stocked up, and is about to be killed by Arlong for inciting a rebellion. And Usopp hits him with an egg, which pisses him the fuck off. Usopp.
It's an egg. It's not gonna do anything beyond be a damned egg.
Well, yeah, but it wasn't to try to kill him, because I mean, come on, it's a fish man. Usopp doesn't think he can beat a fish man, but it was to get his attention, and it works. It pisses Arlong off something fierce to the point where he flips the building that Usopp was standing on, that he sniped him from. Usopp is thankfully fine and bolts. But is eventually captured by a different fishman and dragged back to Arlong Park, where Arlong has been dragged to ensure that he doesn't destroy Kogoyashi Village, because they can't afford to lose any more tribute money right now, since they just recently destroyed an entire village and thus an entire thing of income. So they head back. They find the mess that Zoro left behind as he was dropped off on Kogoyashi Village. And that's when they've realized, oh shit, Zoro really might actually be here for them, and we need to worry about that a little bit. Only for Usopp to be dragged in. Nami was already freaking out because, god damn it, Zoro, why the fuck did you do this? You left a mess. And now we have Usopp there, who's starting to do his thing. He lies. That's what he does. He starts saying, yeah, I'm here with Zoro, and I'm here, we're gonna take you down, and then immediately backs off when he's pushed. in order to save Usopp, Nami has to stab him. Because a couple of the fishmen, they're after Zoro escapes, they think that she's out to like get them. They think she's out to betray them. So in order to save face, they're like, hey, fine, you know what? Deal with this. And they throw her a knife and tell her to kill him. So she runs up to Usopp, and it seems from the angle that she did in fact stab him. She stabbed her own hand. There's blood, but it's her hand. She tells Usopp to play it up. He falls into the water. They believe that she actually killed him in cold blood, and he swims away off to find somewhere else. Now, unfortunately, Johnny was watching, and he actually believes that Nami did in fact kill Usopp. So he's running off to try to find Zoro and try to get revenge and figure out what they're gonna do. They run across Zoro, but they also end up running across Luffy and Sanji, who are coming in really high. Like, they are fucking beelining for the island like no one's business, because they got a boy with them now. Because while they were out at sea traveling towards the island, shit, what's happening? The flush of Momo? That's fucking amazing. Anyway, sorry, I got distracted.
It's alright.
I've been distracted pretty much this whole time, and yet I'm retaining most of this.
That's good. They run across this big old dude. It's a fucking sea
Oh,
king.
he's a good boy.
He's a
literal sea cow.
He's a kind of good boy, because he's actually was brought from the Grand Line by the Arlong pirates as a means of intimidation. Because you know what? He looks like a good boy, but he's not the best of boys. He will bite you. He will eat you. And he's the reason why Gosa Village was destroyed.
Oh.
Yeah.
Not so good boy.
Not so good boy. But Sanji's ship that they're sailing on, it smells really good. Because you know what? Sanji's a fucking good-ass chef. So he smells that shit from way far out, swims away from his cave, and goes off to find that good smell. It turns out it was Luffy, Sanji, and Yosaku on their way to the island. And he's hungry. He wants some food. They kind of treat it as kind of cute. It's fine. You know, Luffy immediately gets mad because anybody who tries to take his food he does not like. It's his food. He wants it.
He is shonen protagonist. This is how this goes.
He is shonen protagonist. You don't take his food. But Sanji stops him, going like, "Can't you just see? He's just a little guy. He just wants some food." He goes to offer him some food. And Momu, that's his name. His name is Momu.
Uh-huh.
Goes down to take a bite, and then Sanji immediately kicks him in the jaw.
Oh shit.
Yosaku goes, "What the fuck?" And Sanji's like, "It was pretty clear that he was gonna eat me with the food." And then, of course, that pisses off Momu. He tries to attack again, and it does not go well. Sanji and Luffy beat the shit out of him, tie him to the boat, and have him drag them the rest of the way to the island. So they're coming in hot. Momu, his head's a little fucked up after that. You know, he's been punched by Luffy. He's been kicked by Zoro, all in the head. He's a little woozy, doesn't realize where he is, slams right into the side of the island, sending the ship flying onto the island. Thankfully, in the direction that just happens to be where Zoro is right now. So they have a fun old crash landing. The three of them are together for the first time. Zoro's like, "What the hell is the cook doing here?" Because he didn't realize that Luffy actually convinced him. They have one of their first little tiffs. One of many throughout the series that's used as comedy, where they just constantly are just butting heads with each other because that's what they do. And thankfully, Usopp shows up. Hey, I'm not dead. It's okay. Nami saved me. And then they get the backstory I already told you from Nojiko, who's like, hey, you guys need to know. And the only one who doesn't listen to the backstory is Luffy. Because you know what? He doesn't care. He's here for Nami anyway. He doesn't care what happened. It's not important to him. Getting Nami back, that's important to him. So he just goes for a walk. Zoro takes a nap. Usopp and Sanji actually listen. So they know the backstory. And Luffy eventually makes his way back to Kogoyashi Village, sees Nami, but she's not doing so hot right now. She's pissed. And turns out the reason why is because Arlong set Nezumi to find the money that she had been hoarding to buy back Kogoyashi Village. There had been a whole thing that happened while they were off getting things explained to them and deciding what they were going to do. And Nezumi showed up, destroyed the Tangerine Village. I mean, the Tangerine farm that Belmare had planted, and found about almost, it wasn't exactly 10 million yet, but it was basically 10 million berries worth of money.
So she's almost paid her debt back?
She was close to paying her debt back to be able to buy back the village and leave the crew. Arlong didn't want that. So as a means to keep his side of the bargain and not really break things, he told Nezumi about the money and basically said, you go get it. Do what you want. And this money is not in pristine condition. It's covered in blood. It's tattered. It's a good showing of just the shit that she has been through since she was just a little girl trying to get this money to buy back her village. And she's pissed. She's angry. She's mad. She runs back to Arlong going, what the fuck? And he's like, hey, I didn't break my part of the deal. If you still bring me 10 million, I'll give you back the village, and you don't gotta be part of the crew anymore. Essentially saying he's gonna do this again. Because she knows that he fucked up. That he did this. That he sicked his fucking marine dog on her shit to take it. And unfortunately, so her village pretended like they hated her for joining up with the crew, even though all of them knew the reason why she did it, but they didn't want to put pressure on her. So they were always pretending like they didn't understand why she would fucking join the pirate crew that killed her mother and was terrorizing them. But now that the money's gone, they're not willing to wait any longer. They're gonna go and try to fight for their freedom instead of waiting for Nami to do the job. Because at this point, they can't leave that on her shoulders again, because she'd already done so much work. They were willing to do it the first time, just like for her sake, but now it's either they die or they're free. Either one way or the other. And Nami's not happy about that. She goes through a fucking full emotional just breakdown. She takes a knife and stabs it into the arm that has the tattoo on it over and over again, yelling out Arlong's name. And then she sees Luffy. He's just kind of standing there. And she yells at him about why is he here? Why did he come back? They're not really friends. And eventually, it's a fucking... fuck. It's a rough scene. Eventually, she finally asks Luffy for help. Like, she's on her last leg. She knows that there's nothing else she can do. Ben, if you say anything, I will fucking kill you.
Whoa, okay.
I just don't interrupt. We're at a fucking moment right now.
Okay.
But yeah, so she's asked Luffy for help, and in response, Luffy takes off his hat and puts it on her head. And she remembers something, because she was told way back that this is his treasure. This is one of the most important things in his life. Because we know why. He got it from Shanks. It's the thing that is the connection back to his mentor, a friend who sacrificed a part of himself to save his life. And he says, of course we're going to help. Turns around, rest of the crew is already there. Sanji, Zoro, and Usopp are ready to go. They head to Arlong Park. They know what their job is, take down the Fishman. And this actually sets up something that is a staple of these types of situations. While the rest of the crew ends up pairing off, fighting against different people that are a part of the crew, Luffy always knows the guy he has to gun for. He knows who is the person he needs to take out, and that's the strongest one of the crew. Because he knows that nobody else can take on whoever is in charge, usually. So his aim is to take down Arlong. The others have their own pairing match-offs. It's a whole thing. I'm gonna ruin this a little bit for Turtle.
It's okay.
Because I need to tell King this because he's not gonna watch it. Luffy gets himself.
Should I take off my headphones?
I mean, if you want.
Nah, it's fine. I won't remember.
Luffy comes up with a fun idea because there's a guy with a pinwheel in his head for a new attack. So he fucking stabs he fucking gets his feet stuck in concrete. He just shoves him in, spins himself around. Momo's back by this point. He was gonna leave, but Arlong's like basically intimidated him into attacking again. So Luffy grabs Momo by the horns after spinning himself around and uses Gum Gum Pinwheel for the first and only time in the entire series. Where
the most powerful move.
He just fucking spins like crazy, swinging around a giant fucking cowfish, and basically destroys a good portion of Arlong Park. Takes out all the grunts. Only the officers in Arlong are left over, and Momo is tossed fucking well out to sea. He's long gone. He's not coming back for the rest of the arc. Unfortunately, this has the adverse effect of Luffy stuck.
Oh no.
He can't get his feet out of the ground. And now, he would have sunk anyway, because, you know, he's a devil fruit user. But with that rock on his foot, because Arlong comes over, fucking just picks up the ground underneath Luffy, just like digs out the rock, and throws him into the ocean.
Damn.
Yep. So, Luffy is currently on a timer. Because, you know, you can only hold your breath for so long. And the others need to try to get to him. They break off into their own fights. Their fights are pretty good, and they're real demonstrations of each of the crew's like resolve and abilities. Usopp has a big moment because he's running away the whole time, but then he eventually realizes, what the fuck? I need to actually be fighting for my friends. I can't just be running away from this and expect that to be okay. So he does eventually take down one of the Fishmen officers with the greatest ability of all, which is the Rubber Band of Doom. And a hammer.
Rubber Band of Doom?
Rubber Band of Doom! Which is basically just a rubber band that you fire at somebody, and if they're dumb enough to fall for the, I don't want to be hit, you can get the fucking drop on them. It's good.
That's brilliant. I love it.
I used it a lot in my playthrough. But it was also a combination of dousing the guy in alcohol and catching him on fire with a flame star. But he won. That's the point. Zoro actually goes up against Hachan, who uses six sword style because he's got 6 arms and therefore can hold 6 blades. He's not actually a swordsman, or not a great swordsman. So Zoro does win, but it is at the cost of his wound opening back up. Yeah. Now, down underwater, Luffy is currently still stuck. He's pretty much passed out by this point. And Nojiko and the guard from Kogoyashi Village, because the entirety of Kogoyashi Village is there now. They're watching this entire fight. And they're underwater trying to break the rock by using just a big ass hammer underwater. It's going about as well as you'd expect.
Yeah, the drag from the water is minimizing any success that hammer would be doing.
Yes.
It's not great.
Now, bright side, Luffy's made of rubber. With just a
Rubber
grab and...
floats? Is that where this is going?
No, rubber, well, rubber normally would float, but he's a devil fruit
In this
user, and he has
instance-
also a giant-ass rock on his leg, so he's not floating anytime soon.
I
No.
have a question.
What's the question?
So I never really understood this about how the Devil's Fruit powers work. So when they touch ocean water, from
Not-
my understanding, they just get physically weak like kryptonite,
It does not...
or
it,
does their
it doesn't
if
have
their
to be ocean
body
water.
is
It's just submerging in water.
well, yeah, but like, does their body return to like a normal human, or do they still have the effects? They're just extremely like weak and can't do anything.
Hey, Ben, I was getting to that.
Oh, okay.
So no,
I
they
was just
cannot...
confused.
So no, they cannot activate their powers when they are fully submerged. They can't move, they sink like a rock. That's what happens to a devil fruit user when they become submerged in water. Ocean water doesn't matter, tap water doesn't matter. It could be fucking soup and they would sink like a fucking rock.
I mean, I've seen
Just
Luffy
a
drink
big
water.
pot of
it's
soup.
fine.
Just could be a big old pot of soup. He would sink to the bottom like a fucking salt stone.
My understanding is that it'd be ocean water specifically.
Then you are wrong.
Hmm.
Soup! Thank you for the bits, King. So, yeah,
Beat me to it.
back to the point. Luffy's body's made of rubber. Hey, we can pull his head above the water. So now instead of focusing on breaking the rock, what their main goal is to get Luffy's head above the water and start trying to fucking pump the water out of his lungs and wake him up. So they do that. Eventually, Sanji, after a long fight and a fucking arduous fight where he basically ends up getting the bends because the guy he's fighting is a stingray fishman who is also fluent in fishman karate, which is a use of I know, I'm gonna explain it. It's a martial art that allows for you to use water pressure in your fight.
Holy.
Oh, that's
jeez.
dangerous.
Yes, it's very dangerous. Underwater, it is the most powerful thing you could run across. Above water, it still hurts like hell because it can affect the water particles in the air.
Damn.
Oh.
Uh-huh.
Damn.
Ow. Oh.
It's rough.
Oda! What the hell,
Oh.
man?
And I will let
I
you know,
love that.
Jinbei is a master of fishman karate.
Oda, what the hell, dude?
But
That's
apart...
cool, but damn.
Oh yeah. But a part of the fight between Sanji and his opponent is he basically grabs Sanji in a fucking just arm lockjaw kind of, or like an arm lock essentially, and keeps shooting all the way down to the bottom of like the ocean pool that they're in, and then shooting right back up. So he is essentially using the constant change in pressure to fuck Sanji's body up the entire time. Eventually, Sanji realizes, oh yeah, this is a fucking fishman. They have gills and lungs. If I blow what air I have left into this guy's gills, it'll suffocate him. So he does that, gets free, gets above water. The other guy comes up thinking he can still win. He fucking kicks his ass. Goes back into the water and breaks the rock around Luffy's, the now conscious Luffy's legs. So Luffy's free. Unfortunately, Zoro had been having a bit of a moment with Arlong at the moment, where he's being held up by his face, and his bandages have been ripped off by Arlong, thinking, oh, is this some cute little wound? And just gets to see the fucking damage that Mihawk has done. And he gets a moment of, holy shit, have I been fighting a dying man this entire time? So that's a fun realization. Only for Luffy to pop out, grab Zoro, yell, hey, trade places, and throws him into the air. So a nice little, Oda is the master of just
A good
comic
little
levity.
switcheroo.
A little switcheroo. Oda is the master of comic levity. Like, he will make you fucking laugh your ass off after making you cry. That's the kind of guy
Yeah.
he is.
This is big brain time.
Thank you, Turtle. But yeah, So that's a whole deal. Arlong and Luffy finally have their fight. It starts out as a bit of a goof fest because, hey, he's a shark. Guess what his jaw does? It pops out and replaces itself. Luffy eventually puts one of the discarded jaws in his mouth to bite Arlong, which is both disgusting and hilarious. It does a little bit of damage, but it was just for the gag. But eventually, the fight takes them to the room that Nami had been making sea charts for the crew, for Arlong's crew for years. It's covered in papers, some drying maps that were up on the wall. It's just it does not look like a room where she's actually enjoyed herself. There's like blood on the pen that she had because she's been writing these for so long and being forced to write them, and it pisses Luffy off. So that essentially leads into the final bit where he takes down Arlong with just like a gum axe and takes down the entirety of Arlong Park with him. And hey, in the 4Kids dub, I guess Belle Mare must be dead because, you know, she was in a dungeon somewhere in Arlong Park and that's been destroyed now. So, oops. That was a whole fucking thing. But yeah, so Arlong's taking down, the Fishman Pirates are disbanded, or the Arlong Pirates are disbanded, and the entire island is saved. They have a party for like a week.
Nice.
And that's the end of the Arlong Park arc. We have one arc left to go.
Okay.
And this one's a short
How
one.
long? Okay, this one should be a shorter one.
It was like
All right.
it was like 5 chapters in the anime. I mean, 5 chapters in the manga. There's a lot of stuff that happens, but not a super amount of things. It's not going to take long to explain.
Okay.
And if I am taking too long, let me know.
Which arc are we talking about?
This is going to be the Logtown arc.
I should have enough time.
Oh, the
If
Lockdown arc?
If this is gonna be a shorter one, I should have enough time to be able to do it.
Okay.
Yay!
I might have to make a new thing, but I also don't want to. There's a lot of stuff on here. Where's my mouse? There it is. There's a lot of stuff on here.
Yeah.
This is what happens when you got like 6 arcs in the middle of a saga. Alright, we'll make another layer.
We're making good progress.
We are. We finished an entire arc, almost.
How many arcs are in this saga?
6.
We're almost done this saga.
Yep. This is
How many sagas are there?
a lot.
Well, okay.
There's 1, 2.
We haven't
3,
even reached the
4,
grand line yet.
5, 6, 7, 8.
And we've been
9.
streaming for just over 4 hours.
There's a total.
Jesus!
Yep. A lot to cover.
I'm excited to watch all of this.
I
I'm gonna
will
watch
say
maybe
that
2
at least we're going at a
casually a
faster
day.
pace than watching it.
Yeah. No. Well, the point of this was to catch King and I up all the way up to the current
To Wano.
English dub to catch it up to that point, and then we'd continue it from the English dub, just watching it.
So now Turtle is resolved to watch from the beginning.
But now I've resolved to watch from the beginning because why not?
I mean, hey.
Oh, you're in for a treat. Yeah, I'll have you know that One Piece, the English dub, is the only English dub that actually does dub the opening songs in
Well,
English.
At first.
That's pretty cool.
No, they
I don't
still
really
do it.
care
No,
either-
they don't.
I don't care either way. I prefer watching my stuff in sub is the thing.
Oh,
The only reason I'm gonna watch it in English dub is if I watch it with King because he prefers English dub.
I mean, I would still recommend checking out the English dub because, unlike most dubs, the voice cast was actually chosen by Oda.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I'll check out the first episode in both, and then just carry on after that.
Yeah.
Based off of which one I prefer.
Oda gets very close to like a lot of the voice cast staff. Like even on the Japanese side, like he regularly has lunch with them over for the
Nice.
Japanese voice cast. Yeah. He's a really chill, cool dude.
He seems like a pretty dope dude.
All right. So the Logtown arc. This is a very short arc. It's mostly a stop off at what is basically the final stopping point before the entry into the Grand Line through Reverse Mountain, which we will get into either at the end of this or next time. We'll see. It's not a huge town. It's just a simple little port town. It's not very big. But there's two important things about this place. One, it's where the Pirate King was born. This is Roger's hometown. He is from the East Blue. Also, it's where he was executed.
Oh!
Yes.
Okay.
After the Pirate King,
where he born and died.
Where he was born and died. After he was captured by the Marines, they decided that in order to send a message to the world, they were going to execute Roger at his place of birth in the East Blue. Unfortunately for them, somebody in the crowd really wanted to know where Roger's treasure was. And he was all too happy to tell him. Thus kicking off the Great Pirate Era, and therefore not allowing any kind of possibility for them to prevent further piracy from happening. Oops.
It backfired on them.
Oh yeah, backfired hard.
My treasure, you can have it.
So yeah, over there, there's a big thing that Luffy just wants to see. He wants to see where the Pirate King died. So he's all gung-ho for going to find the scaffolding where they executed the Pirate King. And that's it's a little bit of like the main through line for this arc is a lot of wandering around, trying to find the scaffolding for Luffy. Zoro's off to get some new swords because, you know, Mihawk kind of destroyed 2 of his and he needs 3 to really do his style. Sanji wants to get some food for the journey because they're going into the Grand Line and that place is fucked up.
Wait, does that mean that Zoro... Okay, I'm sorry. My brain didn't pick up on that. So that means Zoro was fighting that other guy while both very, seriously injured and with only one of the 3 swords that he would usually be fighting.
Yes and no. He only has his one remaining sword, which is a sword with a white sheath, which we'll get into the naming of in a bit, because names are very important for weapons in this. But no, Yosuke and Johnny were there, and they are kind of swordsmen, but they carry swords, so they actually threw their swords to him to help him fight.
Oh, okay,
So, yeah.
okay,
Yeah,
cool.
he still had 3
I wanted
swords.
to verify.
Yes, no,
I
it's
wanted
fine.
I wanted to verify that. Okay, cool. Carry on.
Yeah, I didn't want to cover it because, again, I was trying not to. Since you want to start from the beginning, I was trying not to throw in too much spoiler information.
Oh no, that's fine. I just, in my brain, it picked it up and I was like, wait, was he doing all that? I was like, okay, no, it's good.
Oh yeah.
It's cool either way.
So yeah, Zoro's out to get some new swords. Oh yeah, Nami's officially joined the crew. She is now the navigator. I didn't express that, but she is a part of the crew. And when they left Koyashi Village, she stole everybody's money.
Wait, in the village?
Because they got back the 10 million, so she left the 10 million behind, but she stole all of the villagers' money on her way out as a means of goodbye.
Just to be
They
like,
were okay with it.
Yeah, they were fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
They understood that she was just being her, but also, you know, she kind of left behind 10 million berries for the town to recuperate. So.
Like she left more than she actually took.
Exactly.
Okay. Yeah. Then, that's nice.
And also got them their freedom.
Yeah.
So like, it's a
You know,
ton
and
of berries
also that.
plus their freedom.
Oh yeah. There was a lot behind.
Alright.
So.
Alright. Yeah.
So as a means to help Zoro to get his money,
Okay, I have an important question.
Go for it.
So I know berries are a unit of money in this world.
Yes.
Are they actual berries?
No.
Or is that
No.
just what the currency? Okay.
Just the name.
Did you
Okay.
just
Also,
think
did
it was
you
a
miss
stack
something?
of fruit?
Because I've been wondering if this was like dried berries were used as currency in this
No.
world, which wouldn't be the most absurd thing, but would still be like hey, it's a worse currency than bottle caps and Fallout, and if you're a worse currency than bottle caps and Fallout, you need to step up your game.
There's an argument that it's actually supposed to be called belly, but you know, Japanese pronunciation doesn't really have an L sign in it.
Yeah.
But now it's more universal that it's just berries.
Okay.
But
Alright.
you did miss something big.
What?
In this arc, you do meet a couple of recurring
Hey,
characters
guess
that
what?
last
I was
through
gonna
the entire
fucking get
series.
to that.
Okay.
I literally just started explaining the arc.
We just had questions. We apologize. Carry on.
We just had some leftover questions that needed to be addressed. Okay,
Yeah.
I officially hate One Piece less now because I'm no longer thinking that it's just people sitting on literal mountains of produce.
No.
As-
You
I mean the
actually
coins
think
do
that's
have a
what it
berry
was?
symbol.
Every time somebody said berries, I was literally picturing like like market stall grain stockpiles.
Oh my god.
I mean
Alright,
the
go
currency
ahead,
does
Big.
have a
Continue.
berry symbol on it.
No,
Go ahead, Big. Let's carry on with the arc.
we're
My
gonna carry
God.
on with the arc. So Zoro kind of he's kind of sans money at the moment. He can't really afford a sword. He's some extra swords. So you know he's just got the one sword and no sword to go with him, all by itself. He's sad. Sad little
Wait.
Zoro.
So if he's fighting with only one sword, he uses the mouth before he uses either of the hands.
No, this is just funnier.
Okay.
It is funny.
Okay.
Also,
That's fine.
also
That's
the
fine. I just wanted to know.
yeah. Also, the white sword that the sword with the white scabbard usually is always the one that's in his mouth anyway. So that's
Okay.
another reason why it's
Oh,
there.
okay.
But yeah, he's sad. He ain't got no other swords. Thankfully, Nami can lend him some berries. That's good.
You did such a good job at making him look sad with a sword in his mouth.
He's so
You
sad.
did such a good job.
He's so sad. You right. Oh, yeah, there's a tear.
The tiniest of
The
tears.
tiniest of tears. But yeah, thankfully, hey, guess what? Nami can go ahead and lend Zoro some money so he can buy some swords. That's kind. What? 300% interest? Well, he needs swords, so oh well.
She's a businesswoman.
Nami still likes her money. Now it's all for her instead of for to save people. So she's happy. Anyway, so yeah, he's off to do that. Sanji needs to go buy food. Usopp kind of has his own little misadventure, which is fun, though in the anime it is filler, so but he does end up buying a bunch of things from a sleazy souvenir salesman who says that a lot of the stuff is from the Grand Line. And Zoro and Usopp are both very gullible people. They're very childlike and will fall for most things. In Usopp's case, it's only when it's not life-threatening that he'll fall for it.
Okay, I'll be right back. I need to get up one more time before we finish this out.
All right. Go get a stretch.
I haven't moved once. That's a lie.
You might
I
want to
have to
stretch.
take my dog out. Hey, Big.
Yes.
I'm gonna. Well, actually, I'm not. I'm gonna just text. I'm just gonna text you real quick.
Okay. Oh yeah. What time do you have to go to work tomorrow?
Me tomorrow?
Yes.
I am going to be. I work from 8:30 in the morning
Okay.
to about 5 or 5:30.
Okay.
So I get out. So I'll be home by like 7 at the latest.
Yeah, but you won't be able to join during Pokemon Presents.
Nah, I won't be able to join.
Okay. That's fine.
So y'all will have to tell me about it afterwards
I'm sure we
or
will.
during lunch.
I mean, I'll probably be asleep after waking up to stream.
Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah. All right. Ready to go, King?
My eyes itch so badly, and scratching them doesn't fix it.
Do you have eye drops?
No.
You don't have to stare. This isn't a rhythm game. You're allowed to blink.
I have. This just
Right.
happens to me, like, consistently.
You gotta get you some eye drops,
Yeah.
man. Hydrate them eyeballs. Hydrate.
Hydrate or dihydrate, bitch.
Hydrate, okay.
Yeah. I'm glad you caught that.
Oh, God, my fucking eyes. Just continue with the damn story.
Okay.
This
We're almost
poor
done.
dude,
We're almost
I'm
done. It's gonna be
sorry.
quick. It's gonna be quick. All right. So we're gonna focus on Zoro for right
Wait,
now. Never
wait.
mind. Hold on.
Turtle, can we watch another episode of Heaven's Design Team after you dye your hair?
Yes, we can.
Thank you.
Okay, but you have to
Yay.
close your eyes until she gets back.
That's fine. I'll go take a shower while she's dyeing her hair.
That'll work.
Mm.
All right. So
Go ahead.
we're focusing on what on Zoro's whole situation and what he's doing. We're gonna go to him first. So he's off. He's got some cash. It's not a huge amount of money, but it'd be enough to buy a couple of swords. He just needs two. Doesn't need to be all that big of a deal. It's fine. So he goes to a local. He's on his way to find a local swordsmith and be able to buy some new swords. He runs into someone who is kind of familiar to him. I didn't really go into the backstory, but he had an old friend by the name of Kuina. She was also a swordswoman. She lamented the fact that she was born a woman because it means that eventually she will be considered a weaker swordsman for it. Blah, blah, blah. Gender things. It's Japan. Blah. Anyway, she happens to look like... Copy of image. She looks like Meow. That's Kuina. Unfortunately,
Aw, she's cute.
unfortunately, she's dead.
Oh.
She passed away, fell down some stairs. And that's not
Oh,
a joke.
shit.
She fell down some stairs and died.
She got bridged to Terabithia.
Kinda?
Damn.
I don't know which one came first. Anyway, Zoro...
I think Terabithia was the 80s.
Maybe. Anyway, Zoro, on his way to go get some swords, runs into just the weirdest coincidence. That looks a lot like Kuina, doesn't it?
Terabithia was 77.
Wow.
And yes, it does.
That's strange.
They look awfully similar.
They look awfully similar. That's weird. They're not the same person. This is Tashigi. She is currently I believe she's just an ensign at this point, but she's a member of the Marines. She worked with Captain Smoker.
And they're not the same person.
They're not the same person. But
Are they related?
not that as far as we know.
Alright,
Yeah.
continue.
They're definitely not the same person. It's been very much confirmed by this point that Kuina and Tashigi are two completely different people. Smoker! Why is your name not appearing in here? You're important for this arc! Fuck it. Oh, Google, come. So she works under our boy, the double cigar man, Smoker.
Before we continue, I mentioned Bridge to Terabithia, and I just have to say how much I despise both that and the Giver.
I had never watched or read either, so thankfully I will remain blissfully ignorant of such situations.
I watched and read The Giver because I was forced to.
There you go.
Yeah. Books in which children die shouldn't be read to children.
I mean, if it's done right. Children got to run
Yeah.
into
Are
that
those
someday.
cigars strapped to his arm?
Yes, he's a heavy smoker. For a reason. He's actually made of smoke. This boy here ate the smoke fruit and is a Logia type user. So his body smoke.
Huh. Huh.
Yeah,
I see.
he's a smoky
So
boy.
he has to smoke?
No, he just chooses to. It just doesn't
So
mean
is
He's
this-
just like, yeah, it fits.
Yeah,
So this is Devil Fruit number 3, then?
this is devil fruit number 3. We will
Okay.
start
That we've
racking
seen
up.
up to
Because it
this
was-
point?
Yes, we
Because it was Because it was Luffy, and then it was the clown, and then it was clown shoes, and then it's
Smoker.
Smoker.
Don't worry, we'll start racking up them devil fruits soon. Especially once we get into the Grand Line. Anyway, so yeah, she works for him.
Are devil fruit more common in the Grand Line?
Yes.
For a reason?
Devil fruits are a lot easier to find in the Grand Line, mostly because a lot of the users of devil fruits are usually in the Grand Line. So whenever they die, those reincarnated devil fruits end up somewhere in the Grand Line.
Okay.
Because they
that makes sense.
Yeah, they reincarnate into the nearest same fruit as the original fruit.
So like, okay, so if like the original fruit was a banana, then the nearest banana becomes that one.
Yep.
Alright, cool.
So yeah, he runs into Tashigi. That's fucking weird. She's also a swordsman. Oh my god, what the hell is going on? Why is she copying Kuina? I don't like that. Anyway, there's a situation. He sees her face for the first time after she fights off some guys who were mad at her captain for, you know, capturing their captain because they're a bunch of pirates. And she takes them down, but she loses her glasses. She's a bit of a klutz. Oh, blue is real. It might be. There's some theories. Anyway, so yeah, so after she kills she doesn't kill the guys, but she takes them down. Unfortunately, she loses her glasses. She's a bit of a klutz. So Zoro goes to help her, sees her face, and accidentally crushes her glasses in his hands. You know, as you do. So, as a means to make him pay them back, because hey, how fucking dare you, those were my glasses, she drags him to a local marine place to work as a chore boy for a little bit to help pay off and maybe, you know, get a job, because he seems like a deadbeat. I mean, it's Zoro. He kind of looks like he's disheveled.
He looks like he needs a job.
He looks like he needs a job, and that's actually her reasoning. Unfortunately, or fortunately for Zoro, he is recognized by the Marines as recently of joining up with Monkey D. Luffy, who, hey, by the way, has a bounty now. After beating Arlong, he got himself a 30 million berry bounty. And is now...
hefty bounty.
It's a hefty bounty. It's also the highest bounty in the East Blue. Because it turns out Arlong had a 20 million berry bounty. So, he's a pretty big deal right now. So yeah, Zoro leaves, leaving behind a little bit of cash saying, hey, sorry about the glasses, buy some more, and heads off and finally finds the store. He's got himself some weapons. Unfortunately, he doesn't have much cash, and it turns out that he's actually got a pretty fucking interesting sword on his hands. We run into...
Does he know it's interesting at this point in time, or is this where he, like, is this a thing where he knows how kick-ass this sword is, or is he about to be told the legend of this sword?
He's not told a legend of the sword. He's told that he knows its name. He knows that it was important to Kuina because it's actually her sword.
Okay.
He asked Kuina's father for this sword as a means of carrying their dream on his back to become the world's greatest swordsman. He runs into this dude. Fuck.
He runs into Smoker.
He
okay,
runs
cool.
Into Smoker. No, he doesn't run into Smoker. Smoker does run into a little girl who spills ice cream on his pants, and then he gives her money to get new ice cream. So he's a pretty chill guy. He's a good guy. Now he runs into this guy. He's not super important, but his name, Ippon Matsu, he runs sword shop. He wants to buy some stuff. He sees Zoro's sword, realizes...
Who's the guy with the rubber band again? My brain's saying Usagi, and I know that's not right.
Usopp.
Usopp, okay.
Hi, Midnight. Thank you for lurking.
Aw, bye, Midnight. Oh, no. Hi, Midnight.
Yeah, hi, Midnight. He's going to be lurking.
Hey, enjoy the lurk. We'll be talking for a little bit longer. Anyway.
Yeah.
Do you have a lurk command?
No. But I do have a lurk emote, and it's a follower emote.
Oh.
So there you go.
Midnight. If you're not following, drop a follow and use the emote.
So turns out that the sword in Zoro's possession that he got from the family of his childhood friend is actually known as the Wado Ichimonji. And it is a high-grade sword. Currently, it's not like the most expensive sword out there, but it's a named sword. It's worth about 100,000 berries. At least that's what's offered. It's actually worth way more than that, but the guy's trying to lowball to try to get a sword out of what he assumes is a really dumb person's hand. You know, trying to do that sales thing. Zoro's not interested. it's his sword.
It doesn't matter.
Right.
Doesn't matter what it's worth.
Yep.
It's the sword of his fallen. Is the sword of his fallen best friend.
It carries the dream of his best friend, and he's gonna keep it. It's his. So the dude gets angry. He says, whatever, with the money you've got, you can buy 2 shit swords out of the barrel over there. Inside the barrel is another named sword. Now, this sword, while it is named and is also a high-grade sword, it's not a good sword for people to have, and why it's in the bargain barrel. Or at least, you know, he forgot it was there. This sword be called the Sandai Ketetsu, and it's cursed. And I don't mean that theoretically or metaphorically, it's fucking cursed. The last couple owners who have had this sword have met violent and terrible ends, and not just because of fights. If you pick up this sword, more than likely you're gonna die. Zoro, being the badass that he is, decides to test his luck against the curse by unsheathing the sword, throwing it into the air, and holding out his arm. This sword ain't fucking dull. It's sharp as all hell. And he just fucking holds out his arm to see if it cuts off his arm. And because his luck is much better than the curse, it misses. Just barely. Like, we're talking about a hair. Like, this be his arm, that be
We're
where
talking
the blade
like
is.
cuts a hair off of
No,
the arm.
it does not touch
Okay.
him at all.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. It literally fully does a full spin around, lands in the ground, goes all the way down to the guard. That's how sharp that thing is. It would have definitely
Oh.
taken his fucking arm off. So yeah, dude behind the counter is like, oh my god, this is an actual fucking swordsman. And because of that, and Toshigi has shown up by this point. She's basically given what the real value of the Wado Ichimonji is, but again, Zoro didn't care. She was wondering why the Sandai Ketetsu was in the bargain bin. Eventually goes, oh shit, if you take that, that's bad, and then just gets shocked because he just fucking does that. So after that, because he had such a badass moment, the shopkeep pulls out what is the most expensive sword in the shop to bring about the third blade, which is this one, the Yubashiri. It's a decent sword. It's not cursed, but it is named. It is a high-grade sword. It's worth a lot of money. Zoro gets both blades for free because this is the first time the shopkeep has seen a real swordsman come into his shop in a long while. His wife isn't happy about that because, hey, you can afford to just give away our most expensive sword, but you can't take me out to a nice dinner? That kind of joke. He's like, don't worry about it. So I'm sure they're fine.
He's like, damn it, woman, shush.
This is a real swordsman. We gotta be good with this guy. Anyway.
If we're good to this guy, we'll get more business.
So, as it turns out, Zoro didn't have to spend any money whatsoever on the swords. He was good.
But he still owes.
Yep.
You can't just go, I didn't need it, here's it back. Nope. You took a loan with interest. 300% interest.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Still
how much does that even come out to?
a lot. I think she gave him like maybe 50,000 berries.
God
So.
damn.
It's not a tiny sum of money, and it does become a constant running joke throughout the rest of the series. I might be able to do that, Turtle. I will read that more properly later. Anyway.
All right.
So yeah,
Thank you.
Zoro now has 3 swords again. He's happy. He's having a good day. Time to go find the others and start working on leaving. So that's a whole thing that happened right there. Nice little tiny bit of Logtown for that, taking up a whole bunch of room.
Oh shit.
Yeah, the images were a little bigger than intended. Anyway, so now the other
Lasso cool resize image.
Well, merge layers first. Now resize images.
Yeah. Okay.
So that way I can actually move them all at once. So yeah, Zoro's good. He's got his money back. We're gonna cut to Luffy because he's the only other one with a truly important story. Everybody else's is unfortunately filler.
That's fair.
Yeah, at least for the anime. There might have been like some talk about it in the manga. It's been a while since I read the manga version, so I wouldn't be able to tell. Sanji wins a cooking competition and gets a giant elephant fin tuna to cook for the crew later on. And, which is a tuna with an elephant trunk and elephant ears. It's kind of adorable and weird at the same time.
Pretty dope.
And Usopp gets into a marksmanship competition with a guy that his dad fought a long time ago and wins.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah. All right, Luffy. He's been going around. He's been trying to find the fucking scaffolding because he wants to see what the Pirate King saw before he died. That's his whole deal. He wants to see that before they leave. And he makes it there a couple of times. Unfortunately, some shenaniganry makes it so he doesn't make it for long. And also, hey, guess what? Smokey's trying to find him. Because he's a bounty now. He's known. They run across each other once, but the wanted poster for Luffy has not been seen yet by Smoker. So he doesn't actually know what Luffy looks like, and therefore just kind of writes off this like dumb kid in a straw hat as a dumb kid in a straw hat who's wanting to see something and tells him where to go.
If you want to become Pirate King, then you sort of have to deal with the fact everyone's gonna know you.
Oh, Luffy doesn't give a shit.
Alright, great.
That's his first wanted poster. It's pretty good.
That's
It's funny.
adorable.
It's funny.
That's cute.
And Usopp's like, hey, I'm famous too. There's my head in the bottom corner. Which is something that Sanji gets jealous of for a little bit. It's an adorable little moment. Even though Nami's like, what the fuck, guys? There's a bounty on his head. Marines will be after us now. They're like, it's fine. Anyway.
It's fine.
So, as it turns out, as Ben so helpfully told us, Luffy and the gang aren't the only known figures in Logtown right now. There's some people that are hanging out in Logtown at the moment that kind of seem familiar. I wonder, is that a buggy I see? Fully back to normal, he's got him body. Also, we got another weird figure. This one seems kind of familiar. I don't know. This is strange. I wonder if you recognize who this is. Do you know who that is?
Isn't that the person with the thing that does the thing?
Oh yeah, that explains it.
It's
the
the
with the
person
flower
with the.
No, this is not Robin.
Alright, then no, I do not recognize this person.
Hey, it's Alvida. Man, she looks different.
Wait.
She looks. No, that's false.
No,
She lost weight.
she lost a
She
lot
lost
of weight.
a lot of weight.
She lost a lot of weight
She made
really
a
quickly.
healthy life decision and made a better person of herself.
Nah, she's still a fire. She's working
Oh.
with Buggy. She also found the smooth fruit. So she's a devil fruit user now. And
Oh, I see.
It's a fruit that just makes you skinny.
no, it's not a fruit that just makes you skinny. It's a
What does
fruit.
it do?
It's a fruit that makes the user's body smooth and slippery, which in turn makes most attacks and objects slide off their body, protecting the user from harm in most situations. In the case of Alvida, it also made all of her fat slip off.
Oh.
Yeah. So
How
she's skinny and hot now.
Yeah, cheaper to eat a fruit than it is to get liposuction.
Yeah.
You just gotta find the fruit.
Though,
and hope
in
it's
her
not
opinion,
sold.
all it did was made her freckles disappear.
I respect that.
Yeah. She always saw
Yeah.
herself as beautiful and got mad at anybody who told her otherwise.
You know, good on her.
Yeah.
I respect
She had a
that
positive self-image.
so much. Positive self-image, mad respect.
She's also out to find Luffy. In part, kinda to take revenge, but not really take revenge, but also take revenge because he's the only man who's ever struck her.
Oh.
Yeah. And
Oh.
she's both into that and mad about that.
Hey, he saw you as as his equal.
So,
On one hand, equals. On the other hand, how fucking dare he?
how fucking dare? So she's teamed up with Buggy, and in a cover story, which did get covered in the manga. Unfortunately, not a lot of cover stories get covered in the manga. She helps Buggy on his little adventure to find the rest of his body pieces that Nami essentially stole before he got fucking launched into the sea with just his head, hands, and feet.
Huh.
Yeah.
Neat.
I drew an image, but let me get you an actual image of Tiny Buggy the Clown. That's Tiny
Buggy. Oh my god.
Buggy. He's just the head, hands, and feet. That's all he is.
Oh my god.
Wait, why?
That is because the rest of it, okay. Because he's a double fruit user that lets his body dis in peace, and then they took most of his body and left that. So that's all he got to work with.
Yeah. Essentially, Nami, when during the fight,
He never got the other parts back.
not at the no, he's got him back now while they're in lockdown.
It's just before he got yeeted away.
Yeah.
They didn't he didn't get them back.
Like
so they had to go find them.
The only thing left with his crew when Luffy launched him out to sea was his body parts. They assumed that Buggy was dead, so they buried the parts somewhere, and we're trying to figure out who the new captain was. Alvida eventually found Tiny Buggy and helped get him back to his crew, which got his body parts back. Now he's there, and Alvida is joined with the crew. She's a ally sort of member of the Buggy Pirates. She's really like kind of like a co-captain in a weird way. It's really
I
not.
respect that.
Yeah, it's not played around with too much, mostly just because they don't get a ton of screen time, unless it's like in between arcs. Anyway, yeah. So she's there, Buggy's there. They're looking for Luffy. They want revenge for the shit that he did to them, and yeah. So everything's going great. Eventually, after a couple of misadventures and shenanigans, and another encounter with Smoker where he does get away thanks to some a little bit of luck, he finds his way back to the scaffolding. Unfortunately, while he's up there, Buggy catches up with him, and using a plank of wood with some blades on it and a little bit of holes, basically locks him down to the scaffolding with the intent to execute him before a crowd.
Oh.
Let's go.
Well, he'll die like his hero.
He'll die like his hero in more ways than one, because something that Smoker notes, because he was there on the day of the execution. Smoker was like a teenager when the Pirate King got executed, and
oh, so it wasn't that long ago.
No, it was only 20 years ago.
Okay.
Yeah. So what he noted from the Pirate King is that when he was dying, he had a big old smile on his face. He did not seem like he was afraid to die whatsoever, and he wasn't. Luffy ends up mimicking that. While up on the scaffolding, there's the crew there's the Buggy Pirates surrounding the scaffolding to protect it while they're doing their thing. Sanji and Zoro are trying to fight their way. There's a big old storm happening. They're not going to get there in time.
You know who I want to meet in this universe?
Who?
I want to meet the guy that draws the wanted posters. He seems like he's got a nice job.
They're actually pictures taken from something I haven't established yet, which are Den.
Okay.
So a lot of the communication and visual aspect of the universe are done with snails.
What?
Yep.
You are kidding me.
No.
Snails?
Snails.
Snails?
Specifically known as denden mushi.
Okay, now you need to put a Denden Mushi on the
I
on
was
the screen.
already getting a picture.
Oh my god.
See, they're little psychic snail guys who can.
See, even midnight
Yeah, they're
brought out of his lurking status to see the snail.
they're little psychic snails dudes who can be used for communication, taking pictures, all sorts of stuff. And
Little psychic snails.
that's a terrible picture. It's too small.
Oh my god.
Wait, was this like a collectible thing at one point where they did like toy versions based on the different members of the crew, or is this like somebody's fan art, or what?
Oh, these are toys.
Ah, so cool!
There we go. That's a better picture. So the fun thing about a denden mushi is whenever a person is talking through it, on the other side, it takes on the likeness of the person who's talking.
Oh, that's so cool.
It mimics their emotions and everything. So if you're currently yelling at your denden mushi with an angry face, the other denden mushi is copying that to the person who they're talking to.
Oh my god, I love that.
Yes, it is adorable as hell. There's many different kinds. There's there's like camera versions. There's video transponder snails, which is the English name, which can actually transfer actual like live video images and all that. It's really
they're
fun.
like a little portals.
Yeah, it's really
Oh
fun.
my god, that's so cool.
I love Ace's Denden Mushi. Ace's Denden Mushi is great.
Which one are the aces? There it is. Yeah.
Oh my god.
Eleva's got the little white
That is
beard
so
tattoo on the
cool.
front. That's really good. But yeah, so that's the main communication like structure of the world. They don't got phones. They don't got many. There's like some cameras, but sometimes it's just denden mushi. That's it. They use snails to talk and transfer stuff and all that.
Can I add that to the fun fact on why it looks like a snail?
Because it's a snail.
No, it's because the very further internal part of the ear, that organ looks like a snail.
Oh yeah, the little snail
Yeah.
shell design. Yeah.
Yeah.
But
That's
yeah.
pretty cool.
But back to the main point. While he's up there, Luffy's recognized, hey, this blade's gonna get to my neck before I have a chance to get away or before anybody can save me. He calls out to the entire crew, even though Nami and Usopp are over by the boat. They're not gonna be able to hear him. They're working on, quick escape time because big ass storm rolled in during this whole situation. And he's just like, hey, sorry, I'm dead, with a big old smile on his face. And then lightning strikes the tower.
Divine intervention.
Yeah, kind of.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Yes, Ex Machina.
Turns out being on
Even
a
in
really
the show, they consider it divine intervention.
being on a really tall tower with a blade kind of exposed at the moment makes you cut a little bit of a lightning rod. So lightning,
Just a little bit.
yeah, lightning strikes the tower, destroys it, and Luffy stands up. He's fine. He's like, hey, I'm alive. That's neat.
That's nice.
That's cool. And there's a good reason why he's perfectly fine, because he's made of rubber.
Oh,
Yeah.
right.
Uh-huh.
You know what? That's smart.
Yeah. It's a good little use.
That's cool.
So yeah, now him, Sanji, and Zoro, they gotta get the fuck out of there. They're running. A smoker's on their tail. The others try to get on them. Alvida takes off her shoes to slide down a ramp and slide down the road because that's how her powers work. And Buggy has a little fucking buggy mobile, which I will definitely get you an image of.
Thank you.
Listen to me speak, but just say what you want. What words will you keep?
And yes, it's gonna be as ridiculous as you think.
You assume the worst, but that is yet to come. Because he caused it first.
The buggy mobile.
Now we've come undone.
This man literally used his own parts to make himself into a car.
Yup. Too bad they don't get very far because, hey, the Marines are here too, and they were waiting to see what would happen because there was a whole fight in front of the town square and all that situation. And
The Marines really were just like, let's see who handles who, and then we'll take care of the rest.
Yeah,
Let's not
They're
overwork
eating
ourselves.
popcorn as well. They're like, oh boy, pirates killing each other? Let's go.
like Smoker definitely has a bit of a moment because he's like, holy shit, this kid did basically the exact same thing that the Pirate King did. He just sat there and smiled in the face of death.
And God saved him.
And then, well, yeah, but that, you know, even God couldn't save the Pirate King. Because he was actually executed. Anyway, unfortunately, the two of them don't get very far because, hey, the Marines, they've got this thing. It's a weird net that makes it so their powers don't work. It should slip right off of Alvita, but it's not working. It's because it's made of sea prism stone, which is a very interesting stone that gives off the same energy as the ocean. And if it comes in contact with a Devil Fruit user, it not only cancels out their powers, but can also drain their energy depending on how strong it is. So the more pure the stone, the more it's going to do to a Devil Fruit user. And yes, this will be used constantly throughout the rest of the series.
Alright, cool, thank you for saying that.
Luffy ends up in a fight with Smoker. It does not go well because, again, Smoker is literally made out of smoke, and it's hard to punch smoke.
Yeah.
So he ends
It's
up...
also hard to get smoke to leave you alone.
That too.
Source. Many scout camp bonfires.
Yeah. So Smoker's got him pinned down. He's got a big old baton that is tipped with sea prism stone, so it doesn't hurt him, but he can use it on other Devil Fruit users to actually bypass their powers. So if he smacks Luffy with it, a guy who should be immune to any sort of blunt force because he's made out of rubber, it hurts. So yeah, but then something happens. He goes in to try to do a swing, but a guy happens to show up and stop him. Ben, shut up.
Sorry, I was yawning. And not at you, at myself.
This guy shows up and stops him from hitting Luffy. Weird.
Mystery Green Cloak Man.
Mystery Green Cloak Man.
Mystery Green Cloak Man!
That Smoker happens to know who this is.
Is he the dude?
This be Dragon, the
This
leader
be
of the
who?
Revolutionary Army, and one of the most wanted men in the entire world.
Oh shit.
Yes. Why is he helping out Luffy?
Getty.
Who knows? But he helps out Luffy. A weird...
Is he always in the green cloak?
It is kind of his signature, but the hood's
Sometimes it's red.
the hood's not always up.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. So he saves him. Then a weird big old gust of wind comes in from the storm, separates the Luffy from Smoker, and they get away and get off to Reverse Mountain. Log found done.
Wild. Damn.
Now, if we have the time, we can do a little bit of Reverse Mountain if you want. Otherwise, that ends the East Blue Saga, which only took, what, 3 layers?
Only 3 layers.
Only 3 layers, and what? Almost 5 hours?
We've been going for 5 hours. I
To be
unfortunately
fair,
don't have
it is
any
a
more
short
time.
arc, but a lot
I need
of
to
things
go get my
happen.
hair done. But Jesus Christ, that was a lot of information and a lot of time.
A lot of stuff
So,
going on.
A lot of stuff going
Got
on.
so many. Look at all this shit.
So much stuff. Oh my god.
Started with a very basic explanation of the world and the government, and a bigger explanation of the Devil Fruits. All this. And all
The devil
that.
fruits are important to understand.
Yes, they were very important to understand because they are a major power system in the series. There's another power
Yeah.
system, like I said, but we will get to that when it actually becomes important.
All right. So this was the first saga, or is there still one more arc?
No, the arcs. This is the last arc of the East Blue Saga. So we're done with the East Blue. Next is starting into the should be the Alabasta arc, Alabasta Saga.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll be
So we
starting into
finished
the
one
Alabasta
saga.
Yes.
We finished one saga in 5 hours.
Now, thankfully, some are shorter than others. The Alabasta Saga is another big one, but the one after that, which is the Sky Island Saga, is only 2 arcs. A lot happens in those 2 arcs, but it's not near as much as, say, the arcs that come after that.
Okay. Cool. So this is definitely going to be a multi-part thing.
I mean, the next time, like, when's the next time y'all will be free and awake enough to do like a much longer stream?
Wait, like longer than the 5 hours we just did?
If we can only cover one saga, this is gonna be many parts.
Fuck, I don't know, because today I lucked out just because I wasn't doing anything today and it was a Sunday. So I don't know. I mean, maybe
I don't have to go to work on Tuesday, so if you guys want to pick it up again on Tuesday, we can.
I do work on Tuesday.
I work until 8 p.m. on Tuesday.
Yeah.
Alright, never mind.
Yeah, maybe not.
We can just make this a Sunday thing for now.
It can be a Sunday thing. I'll probably have to pop in and out of things every now and then, which is fine because I've decided that I'm gonna watch it. But you know, if there's any vital stuff, I'll probably just bug you or King about it to be like, hey, give me the cliff notes. Give me the cliff notes of the cliff notes.
How's Saturday or Monday?
I mean, I can do Saturdays, but I would have to be before work and hope that it's not too busy.
Yeah.
I don't...
Listen, Big, you just need a PowerPoint.
That's not gonna happen. Anyway, what were you trying to say, Ken?
I thought we'd be much further in after this first session.
So much. This ain't Kingdom Hearts, where you can just say, hey, these worlds don't matter. No, a lot of this stuff matters.
Oh.
we got through the first saga, which is, you know,
I mean
10% of the...
I mean, I cut down what is more than likely a good 20 to 30 hours of content to 5 hours.
Yeah, that's impressive.
This is about as summarized as you're gonna get without reading the wiki.
Well, on good news, my snowboard arrives tomorrow.
Congratulations.
Congrats.
Yeah. Snowboard.
But yeah.
Daddy snowboard.
So Big, who are you thinking about rating into?
Well, both Robbie and Blue went live, so probably one of them. Is anybody else going right now? The only other person I know is Max.
Let's see. Scarlet, Hidden Tomb, Caves, Jumpster, Snark Exchange is up right now.
Coach Carter's playing Power Wash Simulator.
I kind of want to hit up Robbie. I haven't rated him in a while.
Okay.
I bet. That was so much time.
Every time I think of a snowboard now, I don't know why this popped in my head, but I now think of that one scene from the Final Fantasy Reanimated ONG one where it's Sephiroth talking to Cloud going, hey, he's got a snowboard.
Well, yeah.
And he gets so happy.
Thank you for everybody.
And later on, they're like going down
Hold
the
on,
serve.
Ben. Hold on, Ben.
Ben,
okay.
We're doing a rate. Thank you for everybody who joined in. King, thanks for the bits again. I appreciate it. Hope you had fun getting all this dumped on you.
I had fun. I'm not sure when we're doing the next one though.
I mean, we can either do this next Saturday or next Sunday. That would be the next closest time periods. That would be the easiest available for me. So we'll work it out. In the meantime, thank you for everybody who thank you for the golf claps today. thank you for everybody who joined in. I hope that this was just as entertaining for you as it was for them, and informative. If you did not watch One Piece before, I will see you next time. Goodbye.
Yay!
And they're off.
And they're gone.
But yeah, I would have gotten on earlier,
Oh my
like
god.
at 7. But the second I got home, I was told that the heater in my pool's fixed, so I immediately just had like a Japanese hot spring like after work. Like I'm in so much pain, relaxation.
Nice, dude. Good for you.
Bye bye, watchers.
It was nice.